Hello, welcome. Welcome to the AstroPub. Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of wow. I am very close. At the end of the universe, sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Welcome to the Office Hours. So Office Hours is a kind of a talky-talk stream where we talk about Star Citizen most of the time. Kind of go over the news, lore, and more of Star Citizen. This is a going to be long. This is a live stream, so it's going to take 3 to 4 hours, probably usually around somewhere between 3 and 4 hours, maybe a little longer. Though this is the drought time of year, so it's going to be a little different. As late as the Redeemer lore. Sorry, me and my wife got to talking and I lost track of time and stuff. It's only a couple minutes late though. So yeah, it is drought season. I know it's drought season because my latest video for the Astro Historian is the worst video I have done since May. Not bad. It's not doing bad. It's at 6.5K views. But it should be doing a little bit better than it is. So it's one of the reasons why I've kind of slowed down a little bit on video. I was going to do Titanfall lore video this week. I still probably will. It may not be done this week. It may be done next week, but it'll be done when it's done, and then I'll release it with an announcement around the same time that we're going to do a Titanfall, fundraising thing. So probably in August. Originally it was supposed to be in July, but it'll probably be in August. How's everyone going? How goes everyone? Ryan Havoc? Hey, man, you basically did. Big typhoon? Is there a big typhoon going on? I think I saw that. East Coast, right? Or is it West Coast? Taiwan. Oh, it's Taiwan. Yeah. I'm eating next to a yellow jacket nest and I'm scared to get up. Just get up very slowly and keep moving away. Taiwan's been hit for the last 3 days. Hopefully everything's okay. Oh yeah, you're in Taiwan, aren't you, Womblissimo? So hopefully everything's good for you. Hey, Mr. Minstrel. Mistral. Oh, I always say Minstrel. Ugh. Doing good. I'm doing good here. Menstrual. Yes. I said minstrel. Like, but. Hey, Cleric. Menstrual works as well. Hey, Benjamin, how you doing? All right, so we're gonna start off with watching the monthly, not the monthly report, the ISC. I've already seen it. It's pretty good. But let's look at the latest message of the day. So let's just start with that.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Folks_Trod just resubscribed for 21 months. 21. Legal pubbing age.
Thank you so much for that 21 months of support there, Foxtrot. You're a very important power, very impressive pisser. Very deep pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. Thank you so much, Foxtrot. Ah, here we go. Here it comes. People remember that they have subscriptions, and like Paul, dance. Dance for me, spaceman.
You can take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Puppy_1775 just resubscribed for 19 months.
Thank you so much for that 19 months of support there, Pappy. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You just run drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Got a hot train going. 62%. I'm going to keep this on for now. But there is a message of the day, which I'll read out. All right. So, message of the day for today. Thursday. We're currently putting together a new 3.24 build for an Evocati PTU published later today. Goal is to also try and have a new RMQ tech preview starting Friday and throughout the weekend, with the audience depending on current wave. The one thing I don't know is RMQ, because the one on Wednesday as well, they said, we're not expecting a new PTU patch today while teams work on resolving further issues blocking us from going to wave 1. I'm a little ignorant on what an RMQ is. I saw them talk about that earlier, like a couple of weeks ago as well. Or like last week. They mentioned RMQ tech preview. What do you mean I'm gonna feel safe by taking off my helmet. Request message queue. Okay. Hey, Trisan. That I am ignorant of what request message queue is. Was this about? Don't you dare, Tree! Don't you do it! Don't you do it! Tree's gonna hit the button. Tree's gonna hit the button.
Tree_San just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for giving those 5 subs there, Tree-San. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, level 3 hype train. We're level 2 hype train now on to level 3. Message queue is an inter-service messaging protocol. Rabbit is just one of those flavors of features. So I'm guessing it has to do with, in this case specifically, has to deal with messaging. I'm going to venture a wild ass guess and have something to do with the ATC. Possibly. It's a test on how queue between the replication layer serves and servers work from the sounds of it. Maybe that's the case. That would make sense. Because one of the things they seem to be having troubles with is how everything works.
Waston just gifted 5 subs.
You're giving those 5 subs there, Vastin. You're very important, but very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Thank you. Now we're to level 3, almost level 4 hype sub, or a hype train. Yeah, so that definitely sounds like, RMQ sounds like, based off of what you're saying, Austin, it might be a replication layer sort of thing. Because they did seem to have some trouble with the back-end services with Star Citizen. Because last I remember it was having to do with, like, when you call for your hangar, sometimes it doesn't connect properly between giving you your own hangar. Unfortunately, this is usually when I also do a bottom of the barrel segment, where I scrape the bottom of the barrel for the most ridiculous takes on Star Citizen. I haven't seen any ridiculous takes, though. This is the dark pit of content for Star Citizen. So one of my I've been releasing the captain's tables now as individual videos rather than just on streams. They're not doing good at all, but I've also not been doing them recently, like at all. So, and I also not been reminding people that I've been doing it. So check those out if you can. It's also July, when people are less active in general because it's July. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes on in the distance, but how that goes on in the future. But as a result, one of those videos has 2 comments. One was from Fishy, because hi Fishy. And the other comment was from somebody who's like, I'm going to sell my character because this game's never going to come out. And I'm like, oh, it is that time of year. It's that time of year when people lose all hope in Star Citizen and they say it's a scam, and all the folks who are like refundians get super excited and be like, yes, it's finally going to be the downfall. Ooh, not 9 months.
Shanks 4 Giggles just had a space baby.
Thank you so much, Shanks 4 Giggles, for that 9 months of Twitch Prime support. 9 months ago, you made the worst mistake you can ever make when you're here on Twitch, is that you subscribed to me. Now, 9 months later, a Twitch baby is born, or space baby is born. What shall we name our space baby there, Shanks? Thank you so much for that 9 months of support. Summer's always rough for content online. Did make sure to stop playing Star Citizen while the patch is in EVA, so I don't burn out before the patch even gets released. That happens too, but it's always the case.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Spacesuit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Monstratas just resubscribed for 28 months. Veni, Vidi, Vici.
Thank you so much for that 28 months of support there, Monstratus. You're very important, but very impressive, very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Yellow shots and cheers. I can't wait for CitizenCon when the hype hits again. That's what I was going to say. This is the time period when everyone loses their mind and thinks that Star Citizen's a scam, and you get all the articles written because it's a very, very slow period for gaming news. Though with all of the delightfully juicy things like SAG-AFTRA striking against video game studios, and so many studios becoming unionized. There's probably enough going on that people won't resort to scraping the bottom of the barrel for Star Citizen content. Hey, Brian Havoc. Usually can only catch vids when driving to and from gig. Can't interact chat when driving, unfortunately, but summer is tough with the lack of new content in Star Citizen. Yeah, generally speaking, it is. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, I'm not doing like woe is me. It's just more of a like, there's a reason why I haven't been producing a lot of lore content. I've been working on stuff in the background. I've also fallen down a rabbit hole of BattleTech. I've played the game because I never actually beat the campaign, so I actually beat it. And I spent way too much time on it, and I've been, my 3D printer broke, and I'm got replacement parts. I got to sit down and actually fix it, and that kind of stuff, and those sorts of things have been happening. So this next week, I'm going to be producing more content, but you probably won't see it online because I will be pushing it to my Patreon for the next couple of weeks, except for the Titanfall stuff. BattleTech is great. The game BattleTech, which I kickstarted, I kickstarted BattleTech and I never actually beat the campaign. Let me let you in on a secret, chat. All right. This is a very deep secret, which I totally haven't said multiple times. I am awful at strategy games, but they're literally what I started playing when I was a kid. I have no excuse. My first 3 games that I ever purchased on a computer, my mom purchased them for me, but that I ever played on a computer, was Warcraft 2, Civilization 2, and the original StarCraft. I was SimCity 2000, and then StarCraft was after that. I am a sim in strategy game. Like, that's what I was born and raised as, effectively. I am awful at those games. I am not entertaining at all when it comes to those games. I have no instincts for these games. You'll never see me stream them because I have streamed in the past and I'm bad. Okay, 4X RTS, a 4X turn-based, and the city builder. Yeah. Is Fire Emblem? I've seen Fire Emblem and have been like frothing at the mouth to play Fire Emblem. It looks exactly right up, like way up my alley. Yeah, I didn't become an action game player until I got an N64 and then an Xbox. HBS's BattleTech was what I always wanted when the tabletop game to be. Yeah, same. BattleTech is so good, though. I run a cat rescue service. What do you mean? If I find a cat, I gotta rescue it, like a catapult. God, I hate those things. MechWarrior 5 is better than it looks, huh? It was always good, and with mods, it's great. No, but I mean, like, hold on. All right, we're at that time. I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Weapons free, y'all.
I love democracy.
Okay. You won't be able to see this. Oh, you can.
To democracy!
2 words. Distress bacon.
Atlas and a blackjack. The two-gun enforcer. Master grade mobile suits aren't that fucking hard. Yeah, this is they're slightly different. This is a blackjack. I've told my wife that because I got the like the armored battle like the box, the starter box, not the beginner box, but the starter box. I got that, and then I also got the Alpha Strike box, and because when I looked up online, people were like, because I'd been meaning to get them for a while, and I heard people say, oh, like, what if, should I get the Alpha Strike box? And most people are like, get the Alpha Strike box because it's a fucking great deal. Because you get 4 clan mechs and 8 inner sphere mechs for like $50. Like buying all of those mechs individually or in the packs they come in would be like $80 or more. So you get a huge discount on just the mechs. Plus you get pop-up scenery, which is nice. And the quick start rules for Alpha Strike if you want to do like the skirmish style. But hey Victoria. Yes, blackjack, and not a different term derived from the initialism BJ1. Riflemen's are a little bit thicker, but I've been looking into the lore of BattleTech. I've always kind of knew a little bit about it, but I'm going to be doing a lore primer in August, September. It's closer to when the Clans release comes out. But this is one of my favorite facts about BattleTech. This mech, the Blackjack, was built by none other than General Motors. This is an American mech, built by an American company to American specifications. Behold, I had to paint it with freedom colors as a result. Oh, so it'll rust in one. That's my kind of mech. So yeah, so that's fucking General Motors is a very important part of the BattleTech lore because they invented fusion, the portable fusion drives. And then they went on to build mechs. They built the Blackjack, they built the Rifleman, they built the Jaeger mech, they built the Archer. No, Archer's built by somebody else. Yeah, they built the Blackjack, the Jaeger, and the Rifleman. Mech Araka. Hey, how you doing, Hi Prince? Not cold fusion, but functional and portable fusion. It's fucking hilarious, though, that, like, because it's so 80s, that GM would be super important as a mech manufacturer in the 31st century.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Jenantanak just resubscribed for 57 months.
Thank you so much, Jenantanak, for that 57 months of support. You're very important, Bubba. Very impressive of any pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason trick match. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I'm sitting here panel lining a quant. See, I cheated. You'll see this very, very clearly here. See all those dark lines? Fucking Tamiya, bitch. Tamiya panel liner, baby. Oh, I am such a cheap ass motherfucker for that. I learned about them when I had my Tau, when I was building my Tau army, and I'm like, this is so, it makes it so much easier to fill in all of these lines which come up with the panel lining. General America. In the BattleTech universe, the conglomerate still exists. See, that's what makes me mad. You know, like in the Star Citizen universe, is that it's all fictional companies. And I get it because you want to like tell a story, but I really want like Fabrique Nationale to still exist. You know, like fuck it, let's have some FN weapons up in here. So people are like, wait, FN survived like this many years in the future? It's like, yeah, why not? A panel liner is the shit. It is so fucking good. It is such cheating. It's like, it's liquid skill, baby. Or like Kalashnikov. Or like, Raytheon or something like that. Panel liner is essential if you're building Eldari vehicles because they've got so many lines on them. Yeah, it's the same with Tau. Any kind of Tau mech battle suit, you have to put the panel liners in there. The Marquis is going to be out after. I can guarantee you that the MR, the Zeus Marquis Mark, is going to be coming out when they have bounty hunting. When they add bounty hunting. That's why they're not working on it right now. Yeah, well, yeah, all of the machine guns are M2s. The machine guns in the BattleTech universe are all M2s. They're all Browning M2s. They're technically, they're called like Browning something. They're like a conglomerate now, but yeah, it's basically the M2 Browning. My deuce, baby. We kind of know what the Titan suits will look like. Let me pull up my. So here, I'm gonna tell a trade secret. Space Tomato will hate me for saying this because Space Tomato does the exact same thing. One of the ways that I'm able to fast track production on videos is because I have literally scoured the internet for the last 8 years for any and all images related to Star Citizen. So I have dumped so much Star Citizen images and as many videos as I could get my hands on and put them in my local files. So I know I have files and I've categorized them. So like age of ships, you know, systems, all that kind of stuff. So I know I can just look up where they are and I know generally like, oh, I remember this in between this, that kind of thing, pulling in there. So I'm going to pull up, it's under UEE to the very bottom because it's called Titan Suit. So this is what a Titan suit looks like. Their faces are not really. Oop. Right here. So it's not really a face in necessarily like, you can see like red eyes, but they're much more. It's much more suit-like. I do like the skull though. It's very cool. Yes, there definitely needs to be a Battlefield 2142 remake. I'm surprised CIG hasn't reached out to Lockheed for an in-game ship. Maybe. I mean, like, I could see something like that, but yeah. Do I have that one pic of CR in a mock turtleneck suit? I don't. Not that sort of Star Citizen images. I also found out that there is an awful lot of images of Titanfall. Like, Titanfall has an absolute crap ton of images floating around because they released all of the, like, making of Titanfall 1 and 2 behind the scenes. So, like, all of the concept art is online. Every little bit of the concept art. You can find it just about everywhere. M2 is going to be used up in war until the heat death of the game, of the universe. Yes. I still would love to see CIG add a 50 caliber machine gun into the game and just have it be a Browning M2. Because it's an inside joke that the Brownings, which are literally 100 years old, will never die. Because they just fucking work. They put holes in things like they should. There's a fucking goddamn shit ton of them. They've been making them for 100 years, so they're cheap as dirt in comparison to other weapons. They just do what they're supposed to. Well, John Moses Browning was a he built them the last. John Moses Browning didn't build weapons. He built like fucking, I don't even know how to put it, like not works of art, like industrial grade machines. He didn't build a gun. He built the equivalent, the gun equivalent of like a shovel. It's just a fucking tool. It can work. It's also incredibly heavy. Weapons like the BAR and stuff like that are fucking balls ass heavy, which is not exactly a good thing when you're in the military. And anyone who I know knowledge was in the Marines, I think it was more than a few people in the military here can tell you that weight sucks ass when you're in the military. You don't want to carry shit around. Industrial grade masterpieces. What's the name of the giant shotgun again? What are you talking about? The 1911 isn't a small handgun. Yeah. Every ounce of gear gets multiplied by every mile they make you march. Yeah. It's I think we weighed the 50 cal when I was in Iraq. The barrel was about 40 pounds and the receiver was 55 pounds. Holy fuck. That's even heavier than I thought it was. God fucking damn. I think it's made out of stamped metal, right? Like this thing, they're made out of like solid fucking metal. There's not a polymer in the fucking eyesight or with an earshot of an M2. I've held a BAR once in a museum. Like you just one of those things where you can like go behind the scenes and like they had a BAR and like I think it was like the World War II museum in I can't remember. It may have been that or it may have been another place. I somehow was able to get behind behind a museum and they had like just fucking boxes of World War II weapons. And they had like weapons that they let us like, I think it was a Boy Scouts thing. They let us like hold some of the weapons so we could like feel the weight of them. And like BAR's fucking heavy. Oh my God. Oh, the punt guns, yeah. Prior service army, I was in basic and pissed off my weapons drill sergeant. I had to carry an M2 that had the barrel and the receiver put together. That sucker is heavy. There's a reason why they mount that shit on vehicles mostly these days. That's why the biggest guy in the squad was the BAR guy. Yeah, that's like John Moses Browning built them to last, but as a result, he built them out of fucking like the heaviest, like dying stars. Browning's weapons are made out of the weight of dying stars, but they fucking work. I mean, I also crew service weapons would be great in Star Citizen, but I don't know if CIG is gonna go that far. Pulsar star stuff, yeah. I was armored security, so our 50 cal was always Humvee mounted or an ASV M1117. Later deployment 50 cal and Mark 19 dual mounted. But yeah. This is all for me to say. I really want them to add a heavy machine gun to Star Citizen, and I want it to just not be some fictitious bullshit. It's just an M2. It's a Browning M2, and I want there to be a line that said when Joseph Moses Browning built the M2 machine gun, it wasn't the best machine gun ever built. It wasn't the first machine gun ever built, but it was the best. It was the most okayest machine gun ever made, and thus it has lasted throughout the entirety of time. In my Boy Scouts, we only got to hold the Barrett 50 caliber. This was like, I want to say it was, yeah, but like I think it's the Arms Museum. I think that's is that in? It was a long time ago. I remember like them having the BAR and you could hold it, and I held it. I'm just like, this fucking thing is heavy. Most durable and functional emplacement machine gun. A gunner and a spotter, or like, yeah, there's like Helldivers 2 does a great job of crew service weapons. And is it gamey? Yeah, of course it's gamey. It's Helldivers, but it really does like give you that advantage, that tactile advantage. The World War II is New Orleans, by the way. Yeah, I've been to the New World War II Museum, but I want to say it was in It was in DC. But I may have been wrong on that one. I've been to a lot of museums. I'm a historian. I love museums. You can ask my wife, you can ask my parents. I go to a lot of museums. Doesn't have to be the strongest, the best, the strongest, or the lightest, as long as it gets the job done. Exactly. Oh no, I wasn't in the military. This was a museum tour kind of thing. It wasn't. I've never actually held the Browning M2. I was saying the BAR, and the BAR is fucking insanely heavy. So I'm like, I don't want to know what a 50 cal is like. I have been there. I've been there once. I've been to the World Museum once, really early on when it was right after it was first opened, because my parents went down there. It was been a long time since I've been down there. I heard it's pretty cool. My parents used to go every year to all the different exhibits and such.
You can even take away my space lasers, but you can never, ever take away my space game.
JoyPop_ just resubscribed for 25 months.
Thank you so much, Joy Pop, for that 25 months of support. You're very important, Pop. We're very impressive, of any pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking out. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio is amazing. Yeah, I'm in the museum. I love those sorts of things. So, yeah. What is surprisingly heavy is the Thompson submachine gun. After feeling that BAR, I assume that every single fucking weapon built in before 1950, or built before 1950, weighed a fucking ton. Well, that's not true. I have held muskets in the past, like replica muskets of like the Brown Bass and stuff like that. They're not that heavy. They're fairly heavy, but they look as heavy as they are. Milled steel. Okay, I thought it was stamped milled steel. Yeah. The M2 gets broken down into two parts, carried around. The gun with the tripod both gets stuck with it. Yeah. My local museum revision taken 3 years, I think. They take forever, usually. The M1 carbine's really like, the carbine wasn't built until, no, that wasn't World War II. I want to say I thought that might have been an invention post World War II. It may have been happening during, because I remember it was the weapon of choice for Korea. But milled steel chunk, not stamped. Okay, yeah. This is all for me to say, I want that meme, because it is a meme that, like, no matter what, the fucking M2 Browning 50 caliber machine gun is 100 years old, and there is no fucking intention of retiring that bitch in the US military. And it's like, I know why, because it just fucking works. The Mini 14, wasn't the Mini 14 built like in the 60s? That was post AR, the XAR. The X16, XA16, whatever it's called. You look at the Science Museum in Oklahoma if you want more details about planetarium. Nice. I'll have to come by there. The M2 is the B-52 of the Army. That's the other joke, which I think will never happen, is I want CIG to spend days, months, years after Star Citizen released to have a flyable working B-52 bomber that you can fly in Star Citizen only on Terra. only on Earth. So you can fly around Earth with the B-52 bomber. Still in use by the UE military. Why? Because fuck you. The two things that should always exist. The B-52 and the M2 machine gun. It'll never happen. CIG doesn't have a sense of humor like that, sadly. Or we could make it. We could force it, but yeah, I don't know. Powered by twin-engine GM fusion drive. Hell yeah. Just call it the XB52. They're just conversions. They just took the original B-52 models and strapped motherfucking quantum jump engines to them. AKs were milled in the later stamps, yeah. B-52 Block 625 undergoing refit, year 2958. There's some milled AK stuff not Russian, though. Most of the AKs, if I remember correctly, a lot of AKs, most AKs aren't actually built by Kalashnikov anymore because they're so easy to make that they're like, a lot of AK production is actually outside of Russia. When I retired in 2006, there were still a few original M2s in some armories. Oh, I mean, like, I think it's the National Armory. I remember seeing like documentaries where they like talk with the National Armor, like historians who like work in the National Armory of the United States, and they have like mint condition, still in box, like Garands that were built during World War II because they built so fucking many of them that they still have them left over. M2s from 1918? Goddamn, I wouldn't doubt it. As everyone knows, they're fucking heavy because they built Tonka Tough. I know there's some stuff in the US, but unlike, they're so simple, like you can cottage industry them. Argo Strong. Yeah. All right, we'll be right back, and then we're going to watch ISC. That was a very long-winded stuff, but yeah, this is what I've been doing, is painting these guys, getting into that, so that's why. So there is going to be that's a long way of me saying there will be a BattleTech primer that I'm going to release for lore eventually, probably, like I said, in August. It's not going to be the full lore of it because that's insane, but it'll be like a kind of a up to and including the Succession Wars or the founding of the Star League to kind of talk a little bit about BattleTech and how it came about. Be right back.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat.
Good news, everyone. To democracy.
2 words. Distress bacon.
All right. The dirty Capellans ruin everything. The Terran hegemony and the various factions it squabbled with before Camerons came along and unified everyone. Yeah. All right, let's watch ISC. I will if we reach a goal. You know, I'm going to do the cooldowns. I will add cooldowns and remove the cooldowns if we reach certain goals. All right. I'll do that, not now, but I'll do it soon. Clan Wolverine. There's so many fucking lore. I'm not going to do all of them. But I was originally going to reach out to Tex Talks Battletech, to Black Pants Legion and be like, hey, I'm going to do this. I want to talk. But they haven't done a Battletech lore video, like a Mech Warrior Battletech lore video in like a year. Cooldown on these. These have cooldowns, which means that like you can only spam them once every minute. They're working on Black Knight mech, I believe. But yeah, like, but I was looking at their like the last video they did, they were doing they've been doing live streams. So they did they've been doing like World of Warships. They've been doing Space Station 13. They've been doing a history series, which looks like it's Hearts of Iron 4, possibly. And they're doing a Battletech playthrough. It's all game playthroughs, like Ghost Recon, like it's all game playthroughs. The last video they did was 7 months ago, and it was their retake on the Irby. Like, I'm guessing it just takes time. I watched a modder video, yeah. I know it can take they have very high production quality, so it can take a while for them to do stuff, but I was going to reach out to them, but like, because I was like, you know, I wanted to talk with them, see, but I'm like, A, they're busy. They got other things they got to do. And B, I was feeling a little like, I don't want to step on any toes. Like, no one fucking does this anymore. And like Black Pants Legion really focuses more on like context. They do individual mechs rather than the whole story. And it's like, I get why, because mechs and Battletech are like ships in Star Citizen. Nobody plays Battletech because of, you know, the fucking Amaris Civil War lore. They play Battletech because Stompy Robot go boom boom. You know? Because cool Stompy crush. Zaku 2, Martin Miggs, that's the answer. Preferred type of mech? Well, so it depends. I tend to prefer medium mechs over everything else because I like the mobility. My favorite, my most used mech in Mech Warrior is the Commando, all variants. But my favorite to use is probably the Enforcer or the Wolverine. Not the Enforcer. Yeah, I think it's the Enforcer. Enforcer and the Wolverine. Hey, I play because of Cool Robot, but stayed for the Torians. Yeah. I'm beginning to love the Hatchet Man. Hatchet Man is medium, I believe. Might be even a light, but. Oh yeah, ISE, please. Let's do this. Jared Huckabee, also used for long-term storage.
Alpha 324 is currently in testing, awaiting its release to hungry players like you. And while ISC is moving onward to covering the ongoing development of the upcoming Alpha 4.0 after that, we thought we'd take one last chance to check in with the cargo guru himself, Chad McKinney, and get one last look at how personal persistent hangars, freight elevators, and cargo loading is working. This is Inside Star Citizen, Alpha 324, Hangars and Freight. Let's go.
The first thing, obviously, you spawn into the hub. You can go out into the main section, down at the bottom, depending on, like, you know, the
Dr. Chad McKinney.
The station that you're in.
Yeah, there's the Axeman, but I like the Hatchet Man.
Meet up with your friends. Make sure you're in a party together. At that point, you have lots of options available to you. You can either go to an item bank if you want to grab some smaller items, which there are numerous throughout the station.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a second team working on 4.0. So staggered development works like this, where you have teams working on different parts of the game over time. So there are already teams who have produced or completing or like kind of working on, if not completed, work on 4.0. There are some teams that are already beyond 4.0 working on 4.1 or even 1.0 level stuff, because they don't just have everyone at CIG work on one patch and move on to the other. They've broken up the patches. The thing that everyone memed on for years, being like staggered development is some impossible shit or doesn't make any sense, because people didn't understand what it was. What it was just having teams stagger so that you don't have everyone working for three to 6 months at a time. You have some people work for 6 months at a time on something that won't get done until after the next patch, and so on and so forth, or even 6 to 9 months, depending on what it is. Upstream and downstream teams. This means that you have more content spread out over more time, but you have more reliable content. So it's like smaller content, but it's consistently like out. That's the reason why they did that, because it also let them to fucking breathe. let people to actually take time off and not delay schedules and stuff like that. And so like, for instance, I believe Yogi said that they're already working on 4.1 content. Like they're already kind of on that process. So. Yeah. In BattleTech Unmodded, I enjoy the Firestarter with the flamers out in the and MG's in, backstabbing the murder machine. Yeah.
Including actually in the hub that you were just in. The item bank is used to allow players to get smaller items, mainly like FPS style items, without having to go all the way down to a hangar to use the freight elevator kiosk to pull it up from the freight elevator. That's especially useful for things like handguns or undersuits and armor, metapins, food, stuff that...
That's a lot of handguns.
You just want to quickly get on your person, and you don't have to wait for like a huge platform to come up in order to grab it. The inventory that the item bank accesses is the same location inventory that the freight elevator accesses. So in fact, you can do things like platform to come up in order to grab it. The inventory that the item bank accesses.
That's a lot of drugs. That's maize, I think. No, it's slam. That's two things of slam, water, and a burrito.
This is the same location inventory that the freight elevator accesses. So in fact,
slam. Yeah. I thought so.
So in fact, you can do things like put something into your location inventory via the item bank, and then later on to...
So MechWarrior Online is if you want to play the PvP aspect. MechWarrior Mercenaries, MechWarrior MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries is good if you want to like co-op aspect and more like PvE. And BattleTech is good because it's more like, it's all about like what style of play you want to do. I play BattleTech because it's easy for me to do it on my own. I can pause it. I don't have to worry about it. And MechWarrior 5 is a little more action based. So
you want to get it back while you're in your hangar. And you can do that via the freight elevator kiosk or any of the other item banks that are in the hangars.
And while you and your group members are certainly welcome in your new personal persistent hangar, questions still abound about what happens when an unwelcome guest sneaks in.
If someone gets into your hangar, there is a trespassing timer that will start ticking. After like 30 seconds or so, they're going to get automatically kicked out. In addition, we have changed the rules in the hangar to make it allow the same kind of like non-armistice zone behavior that the ships do. So we are modifying it to where you can shoot people that even trespass inside your hangar and not get a infraction for it.
CIG says castle doctrine applies. Hippity hoppity, get off my property.
At your home location, it will be your personal hangar, but if you go to a different place in the verse, then that hangar that's given to you is what we call a public hangar, but you're still the person that like has authority over it. So while you do, you have the same kind of rights.
In many ways, these new hangars are your first home ownership in the verse, with not only the ability to defend yourself against intruders without getting a crime stat, but also your first abilities to customize and decorate your space as you see fit.
Couch.
The personal hangars are kind of the first real ownership in the world for the players. We've had ownership with the ships, which is great. You've been able to keep things inside them for some time now and, you know, kind of customize it that way. But this is the first kind of like home, the first place in the world that actually is yours. And it's allow you to store furniture. You can store boxes, cargo, if you want to stockpile and be kind of clever with.
Have you heard about the game called Mecha Break? All I'll say is I may or may not have signed an NDA very early on in that game's development. I do know it's coming into limited beta, and I have to ask them if I can stream it. That's all I'll say.
Trading anything that, any flair, anything that you want that will help make it feel like home. But it's not the end. We have lots of plans for the future. You've seen things with.
So if we could shoot people for trespassing, why kick them out? Let players handle it? Because they want to have more systems in place for before they just kick players out. They do want people to trespass, but they don't want it to be like instantaneous kind of stuff. It's like version 1. So
with all the base building updates, and also we've talked in the past about things like persistent HABs, etc. So there's more that's going to be coming along this vein, but the personal HABs are the first big step of ownership in the world for players.
With armistice zones now removed from hangars, persistence allows players to now set their most used items out for easy access before any launch. You can display your firearms, ship items, and more however you'd like. And in future releases beyond Alpha 3.24, this will include display cases for armor as well.
Nice.
Basically, almost anything in your inventory you'll be able to pull up via either the item bank or the freight elevator, and then you can directly leave them around in your hangar. Now, you do have to be careful about, like, if you want to call up a ship, leaving things on the platform may block it, so that could cause issues. However, we did expand the size of the hangars in order to give you more space in there to do exactly this. So nice. We want to make it both easier experience to get in and out of some of these hangars, as well as give you more space in order to decorate it and make it feel like your own place. In addition to all that,
it seems like an immersion gameplay opportunity. It is, but I think you also don't want new players to be taken advantage of by older players, like by more experienced players. So at least initially, it makes sense to have some of that, especially in like lawful areas that automatically kick you out. And then if they want to like remove some of those safety blocks in places like Pyro would make sense. And also things like having security in these hangars so that they would shoot people who try to come in.
Another change that we've made is we've reclassified many ships in the game that were previously attributed to small hangars now to the medium-sized hangars, so that they are a more comfortable fit as far as landing. And then in addition to that, also to make it more reasonable for maybe the amount of cargo or the items that you're.
So they've gotten rid of small hangars, is what I'm hearing.
Moving in.
The physicalizing of most items and the addition of freight elevators and new kiosks in Alpha 3.24 to work with them not only in your hangar but at mission locations throughout the verse means a fundamental shift in the manner and time it takes to load and offload your ship or vehicle.
For both manual and automatic loading, you're going to be doing something at the moment that's going to be some kind of commodity transfer. Whenever you go to the commodity terminal to do a transaction, you're presented with 2 different options. You can either deliver directly into your location inventory or pick a ship from a list that's at that location and have it automatically packed into that.
I know you're just joking there, Miles, but no, CIG is going to have 4.0 coming out in 2024. It's going to come out before CitizenCon. I just wouldn't expect most of it.
That ship for you. If you decide to deliver it into the location inventory, you'll buy it. There's no restriction on what you buy. It'll just go directly into it.
Oh, guarantee it. I guarantee you 4.0 is coming out before CitizenCon. CitizenCon is like late October. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As long as
we'll talk about it when we do the capsule.
You have capacity in the inventory and the money to pay for it, you can do it. At that point, it's up to you if you've bought it to get it onto your ship or to move it to wherever, or just sit on it. So you can just like hang out, wait until the prices look good, and then later on.
No, there's almost certainly have a hard cutoff of release at 4.0 before CitizenCon, probably October, beginning of October. And I'm going to say this, all right, I'm going to going to say this because like I was going to save it for this capsule, but I'll say this as a preview right now. What happened? Everyone said that 3.23 wasn't going to release until after Invictus. What happened? .23 released before Invictus. Was 3.23 entirely there? Nope. No, it was not. They had to split it into 2 patches because they couldn't make that deadline. So they didn't do the whole thing. What is required for 4.0? 4.0, to be 4.0, it needs to have server meshing, pyro, and jump gates. I 100% believe, and I can almost guarantee you, that 4.0 will come out before CitizenCon. If they have to cut all of the other stuff out, they will cut it out. If that's all they need, that's all you'll get. Still a lot of content. That's a fuck ton of content. Don't get me wrong. And it might be a goddamn trash fire in terms of functioning, but it'll be out and working. And then 4.0.1, which will eventually become 4.1, will release around CitizenCon or after CitizenCon, around for the IAE patch, which will have all the stuff that 4.0 couldn't be put in there. That's 100% going to happen. And the refactors. No, I'm not going to have the refactors. There's going to be no fucking refactors for 4.0. You're going to get the bare basic minimum because CIG needs to get the MVP fucking out. And why? Because CIG has to get it out because they have all of CitizenCon focused on 1.0 and Squadron. And they know that they need to get that focused because if they don't, then people will they'll basically be laughed at for having road to Pyro 5 years in a row. They're talking about stuff they haven't even released Pyro out. They're getting it out. Come hell or high water, they're getting it out. Because they also know that once CitizenCon's released, the hype meter is going to go through the roof. Even if 4.0 is a rough launch, there'll be a lot of well, it's new technology. There's lots of stuff there's lots of weird stuff. And they'll try to make it as smooth as possible. I guarantee you they'll try to get 4.0 out entirely. But if they have to just trim stuff out for a later patch in order to make a deadline, they will fucking do it. And if there's no refactors for 4.0, that means missions and trains don't work. Well, I mean, that is okay. That will probably be part of it, but I don't expect it to be detailed. I expect it to be, as they've been saying a lot, on par with their current with the current levels. So you're going to get trains and missions that work exactly like we have right now and nothing more.
I decided to move it to
I definitely think that the higher ups see it as released no matter what for CitizenCon. I just don't think there's even a chance they're capable of it after seeing this 3.24 shit show, to be honest. Andrew, you're a professional skeptic, to be honest. Like you've always had believed that CIG couldn't do X, Y, or Z. Like that's when you always come on and say that. So I get your point of view. I get where you're coming from, but I'm gonna take your point of view with a grain of salt in that one. So he's not lying. CIG wants to release these features. They promise and try to do it, but they really impose restrictions and they scale back if needed, and they bring as much as they can as soon as they can. That's pretty much it. I wouldn't expect anything beyond that. Yeah, whatever it is, it'll be basic version. So when we go over 4.0 later, basically that's going to be the rest of the year. In my opinion, that's going to be the rest of the year. Anything that's in that 4.0 branch is going to be 4.1 as well. Just like 3.23 turned into 3.24. All right. But we'll go over that a little bit more.
A different location. From there, if you decided to manually load it, you can load it onto the ship, call ATC, go to a different location in the game, land at a different location, go into the spaceport.
I didn't hear this sound before. Hold on. Here's the music.
Decide to move it to a different location. From there, if you decided to manually load it, you can load it onto the ship, call ATC, go to a different location in the game, land at a different location.
It's the TARDIS. It's the Big Benny's TARDIS from the last episode.
Onto the spaceport and then access the same commodity terminal there, look at the prices and make a determination about whether you want to sell anything on your ship. At that point, you can make what we call like a sell order. And this is basically like a declaration.
I was literally in the 4.0 out before CitizenCon for sure camp until mid-June. But again, they have literally burned an entire quarter of 3.24. That's going to have an effect. Not according to what CIG has already stated. I do think it's going to have an effect. I think the effect is we're not going to see all of 4.0 when they want it to come out. But we're going to see 3.24. I thought it was going to be at the end of July. It's obviously not. It's going to be probably mid-August when it comes out. But I do think that once they release 3.24, we'll see an Evocati 4.0. Aren't we still in second quarter? No, we're in third quarter, but it's the end of August is the end of third quarter. Do I think CIG is going to release 4.0 by the end of the third quarter? Hell no. There's not a fucking chance they're releasing it in the summer. Which is why I said that was a mistake on Jared's part to be so confident in saying that, because you never know what the fuck's going to happen. But yeah, end of September is the end of third is end of third quarter 3. Yeah, I guess that is true because it's June, July, or it's first quarter is March. No, June, July. Yeah, September. End of September is end of third quarter. And September 22nd is the end of summer. Yeah. I could almost see them saying that they made it because they'll have an open PTU or like PTU release by September 22nd. But I think they're going to have a release before. Because like we've had statements from CIG staff that says they're already finished working on segments of 4.0. And in some cases, they're doing like refactors. Those refactors have been worked on for the last 3 months. So like, there are stuff waiting in the wings for CIG to drop. I am surprised they haven't done a lot of tech previews of different configurations for 4.0, though they may have. The last configuration they did was real fucking good. So they may have hit that and been like, that's exactly the thing we want. So they're going to probably use the last configuration they tested with for the 4.0 release. We're also not close to 3.24 going by Evo. As of Wednesday, they said, message of the day, we're not expecting a new PTU build today while teams work on resolving some further issues blocking us from going into wave 1. Oh, and message of the day on 25th. Update. Goal is to try to have the new RMQ tech preview next week with the audience depending on the current wave when it starts. And then earlier the Thursday, I said putting together a new 3.24 build for Evocati PTU published later today. It doesn't sound like we're not close. It sounds like they're trying to track down the last little bits of the bugs. So we'll talk about
like
that
a contract.
You're jumping way ahead, Andrew. So hold in your pessimism for the next couple of minutes. We'll get through this and then we'll talk about it.
This is like, I will deliver these goods and you will give me this payment for it. When you've done that,
they released what? Yeah, but not for we're talking about wave 1. Yeah.
At that point, you can go back to your hangar.
Yeah, I was reading the message that first one was from 11 a.m. My time. This is from 7. It's currently like 8:30. This last one, which they said the RMQ preview. I think the tech preview is. I do want to know what the fuck RMQ stands for. I may have to ask, in tech what the fuck that actually is, but because tech preview is like something that's usually not something that's going to be in the next patch, but in the next like in the future patch. That might be something to do with 4.0. Hello, what is RMQ? I have no idea. Apparently it's like a message queue, replication message queue, or rabbit message queue or something like that. And it has something to do with how services talk to each other. They need it for meshing. So yeah, so the RMQ is a meshing tech.
Move the goods off of the ship onto the freight elevator platform, use the freight elevator kiosk to put it down into the location inventory. You get a little screen that pops up that tells you, here's the sell order that you had, here's the price that we agreed to, you've now delivered everything, check, and then you get the payment that's delivered. And the reason why we do that is actually to remove a round trip. So this gives a way for players to kind of like skip a step in the flow and help make things a little bit more smooth. On the flip side, if you just want to deliver it into your location inventory at the new location, you can do it like that as well. And then once you're inside the spaceport, sell it from the location inventory instead, or just sit on it until another point in time. On the automatic side, whenever you go to buy the goods, the ship needs to be stowed at that location. At that point, the ship will be locked down, so you can't call it to fly it off while the loading's in process. You also have to pay a little bit more in order to fund the movement by the local services in order to actually move the cargo onto your ship for you. Once the timer has run out, you go down to the ASOP terminal. You can spawn your ship or retrieve the ship from the ASOP terminal, get in the ship. All the boxes should be there. And you can fly off to another place and then do the inverse at a different location. The other thing is that you can mix and match these. So you can decide to manually load the boxes from your location inventory onto your ship, but then automatically unload them or vice versa. It's really up to you about how you want to do it. Like maybe you decide that you don't mind unpacking it because maybe it's a little bit easier once everything's already in there. Or you can decide that for certain sizes of shipments, like for a few small boxes, you don't mind moving it, but maybe for like a really big load in a C2 where there's like a lot of things going on, you'd rather just kind of, use the automatic loading service. Now, what we went out with before wasn't really our intended behavior.
That's an exercise rack, right? Yeah.
Because
it's clear that it's like his office is also his like workout space.
Missing was some granularity in the loading time determination based on the box size. It was always the plan, we just weren't able to get to it yet. So I know that there was some feedback that some of the loading times seemed to not make sense. This is the reason. The reason is that we didn't have the granularity in the system to scale the loading times based on the box size. And what that really means is that for smaller boxes, per SEU, you're going to spend more time on smaller boxes. So if you have, let's say, a ship and you fill it up with 600 SEU, if those are like 1 SEU boxes, that's going to take a long time because that's a lot of boxes to move. But if we're talking 32 SEU boxes, that's a much more efficient moving pattern that has to be done by the loading services. So that's going to be quicker to load. And that'll help us tune the system to make sure that we're not overly punishing people with these incredible loading times, but we still want it to, be a reasonable amount of time for the higher loads for us to be able to tune the economy in a reasonable way. And also to make sure that manual loading is something that there is an incentive to do.
Of course.
MQ in tech is essentially how messages are requested / returned, usually between front end and back end. So request message into a queue with data you want to add and what you want to do with it. Yeah, but I'm wondering what the RMQ is specifically testing for with Star Citizen. Because like initially I thought, oh, maybe because it's an Evo, I thought maybe it was going to be something for 3.24, but it may also be something that's for 4.0. I don't know.
With these new kiosks and new ways to access your inventory, for those of you who have been building your possessions year after year, one question was destined to rise above all others.
Search is another one of these things that we always wanted to do. Now that we've been longer in development, trying to close out and finish off some of the bigger bugs, which has mainly been hangar instancing related. we've also taken the opportunity to work on the quality of life improvement that we wanted to get in particular, which is search functionality in the freight elevator kiosk and the item bank. Now, this is going to be...
RMQ replaced NMQ to allow for greater upscaling ability. The question is more, is it needed for 324, or is this a 4.0 test?
The first step, where we're starting, is it's going to be a name-based search on the items, but it won't, for example, search on description names or like color, things like that. And it will be a fuzzy search, which means that you will be able to search.
Because if it's a 3.24 related thing and it's taking a long time, then it's obviously that 3.24 is going to take a while to come out. If it's something that they're testing for 4.0, 3.24 may be sooner out. It really depends on like what that actual tech preview is for. I think it's for 4.0, but I don't know.
For substrings of names. So you can, for example, have helmet, and that'll actually pick up a lot of different items which actually have the word helmet in the name.
Do you think you get warehouse buildings for base building, wet or dry storage? I mean, probably.
Or you can look up helm and still get most of those same or all the same results, but maybe a few other things which also include that. So I'm really excited about it. This is something that I remember talking about implementing search forever ago when we first originally introduced the inventory and then also the player asset manager knickknacks. It's something that we needed backend support for to do properly in order for it to not overburden the backend. But we actually got support from the backend team, which did a great job getting this in for us. So I think this will be a really good feature for the players, and hopefully that makes them feel a little bit better about waiting a little bit longer on the patch.
All in all, the upcoming changes to cargo and the combination of physicalized inventory with personal precision hangars means the upcoming Alpha 324 is the next major step forward towards players owning a place in the verse and configuring it however they'd like. And what else did we learn this week? The armistice zones are being removed from player hangars, which will finally let you load up those gun racks on your ships. That the law system will let you stand your ground when someone invariably tries to sneak in and steal all of your stuff. And that storage access kiosks are for long-term storage. And that decorating your hangar with all of your items is the next step in eventually letting you grab your kit and go without the need for those inventory screens at all. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Sweet. Nice. Very good. Yeah, it's an in-run step. My understanding is it'll benefit both pre or post meshing. Meshing either way, sooner the be better. I think they'll push 3.24 PTU to the next week with some major bugs that'll be passed to PU. I think it really depends. If CIG has a hard deadline like I think they do for 4.0, I think they'll get to a point where they've just invested too much time in 2.4 and just drop it. Because like let's be very clear. When did 3. Pull this up here. Okay. So, 3.23 released on May the 10th, 2024. 3.24 was supposed to be part of 3.23. It has now been delayed from May to July. So it's been 2 months on this patch. And on top of that, it's probably not going to release until August. So we're looking at a patch that's 3 months late. So when I hear Andrew saying there's just no way everything's getting fucked up, I understand the context. I understand the reason why. That the why people are like, there's no way this is gonna happen. And it's fairly clear that CIG wanted this to come out earlier, and they encountered some major problems, some specific issues around, from the Evocati being able to talk to us, because wasn't playing it when they were having those issues. It was clear that those issues were around specifically hangars and how hangars are sorted. I don't know if that's still an issue, but there's some big back-end issues with 3.24. Also, PU isn't very playable the next patch, so we can only improve it, is what we say every patch cycle. Not really. 3.17.3 was pretty good. 3.21 or 22. I think it's 22. 3.22 is fine. There's like a 2 or 3 patches every year, which are just like solid, good patches. I think 4.1 will probably be a very good patch when it comes out. Item kiosks are still unreliable, especially when the server errors. So it's clear that the patch itself, like the actual content and the stuff they want to put into it, isn't really the issue. It's back-end services which are causing problems. That's just the way it is. And they also delayed the patch initially from the original patch because they needed to release for Invictus. And the stuff they wanted to add to it is stuff they talked about in this video, which is like searchable items and those sorts of things. They wanted to add that stuff in to make it a little bit more zhuzhed up, like a little bit better, more complete as an experience. But yeah. Do they plan on slowing the new stuff and fixing the old after 4.0? No. I mean, they are. It just, like, they're not going to come out and say it every single time. So, I'm convinced. The Jesus Pass is going to drop during the opening speech of CitizenCon. Patch 4 is out now, convinced. I hate the word Jesus patch. Everyone knows that I hate the word Jesus patch. 4.0 is not the Jesus patch or anything else like that. It's just a fucking Band-Aid. It's a fucking, not even a Band-Aid. It's ripping the Band-Aid off. It's a fucking, it's a fucking step in the right direction. Star Citizen is like years away from 1.0. So what does Jesus patch mean? So this is gonna hard to explain, but the Jesus patch concept comes back from early days in Star Citizen. There was this belief that, like persistent belief that the next patch, that CIG would eventually announce a patch that would just have all of the features in it that people wanted and would make the game a game, rather than just a tech demo or a demo or whatever, or an alpha. It would make it a game. And it was this belief that there would be one patch that would fix all the problems. So people would say, is this the patch? Is this the patch? Is this the one? And that became known as the Jesus patch, the savior patch kind of thing, a singular patch that will fix everything. And back in 2018, 2017, I publicly said there is no such thing as a Jesus patch. Jesus patch is a myth. There's never going to be a one patch that fixes everything for everyone, because everyone has a different perspective on what will make the game a game. Some people it's cargo, some people it's bounty hunting, some people it's base building. Everyone has a different reason for playing Star Citizen because it's has such a wide appeal. You know, some people it's a specific ship, you know. So because of that initial idea, people have used it to deride Star Citizen, saying that whenever someone says, hey, this patch is going to look pretty good, people will say, oh, yeah, the Jesus patch is going to come save everybody, you know. That concept is terrible. What, the one patch that picks them all, or the one that everyone is going to, there's no such thing as the Jesus patch. So they will do that, though. They can talk about 1.0 during CitizenCon if they talk 4.0 at CitizenCon. They're going to be more of a joke than they already are. They have to make CitizenCon about Squadron 2 or 1.0, otherwise they will lose all the momentum. Sarcasm. All right. Yeah, 1.0 is the Jesus patch. Release is the Jesus patch. So okay. So as I said at the very beginning, because we've got some of the folks in here who are like this, welcome to July. July is the time every year, without fail, where everyone thinks Star Citizen's going to fail, and everyone gets really negative because there's usually not a lot of content being pushed out. There's lots of bugs which aren't being addressed. There's not a lot of like visual content. There's not usually a ton of updates, and people always think that the world is coming to an end because it's July and there are just no games to distract people. This is the case in everywhere. Like, content is light, so people go to the negative content because it works. Yeah, and then August usually gets a little bit better. September gets better. And then CitizenCon happens, and then it's basically just a fucking accelerated hype train from CitizenCon all the way till like January. And then you have a mini dip because January is dead. January and February are dead months, and then it picks back up in March and April when that patch comes in and goes through June, and then it dies in July and does the same thing. It's a consistent cycle because CIG is developed by human beings who need these things called vacations and time off and have families they want to be with and like hobbies and other things they want to do with their lives other than work on the game. So they choose time to take they choose time to take off when it's going to be least impactful to the game. And end of the year and middle of the year are times when there's just not a lot of stuff going on. They usually don't, there's not a lot of, like, people are out touching grass in the summer and they're out visiting families in the winter. So, like over the holidays. So generally speaking, there's not a lot of expectations for content, especially in January, for content, because there's just not a lot of activity. So people take their time off then. So then that's a result. That's when people like Jared and his team are no longer making ISCs because they're taking a break. They're going to visit families and such like that. So progress is hard and people are whiny, and it's hardly exclusive to Star Citizen development. No, it's a gaming thing. It happens with all gaming. Because nobody fucking does a release. No one does an activation in July because you're insane to do an activation in July. It's because they go into an info blackout once it's June, save literally all the good news for CitizenCon, meaning if you don't get a lot of good info the first 6 months after CitizenCon, we won't get any until CitizenCon. To a degree, yeah. I think that's going to have to change in the near future, but you know. So as I said before, 4.0 is likely going to be released before CitizenCon because there does seem to be some people who believe that everything is in one basket, right? Like everyone is working on 3.24 right now, and that's not really the case. 3.24 does have people working on it, obviously. And I'm sure there are people being pulled from, say, the 4.0 team to help fix some problems with 3.24. But like content-wise, a lot of stuff is finished with 4.0 or in the process of being finished and finalized. Really, the big thing that would delay 4.0's release is QA. There's not enough QA to go around, and so once 3.24 is released, those QA teams can then move over to 4.0 to help out with 4.0, with like finding like bugs and other issues like that. Also feels like it's no longer whining in year 12, to be honest. It's whining because I hear this notion a lot from people who said Star Citizen hasn't made any appreciable progress, which is bullshit. It's grade A bullshit. Star Citizen has made a ton of appreciable progress. A lot over the years. New gameplay content, like last year alone, we got salvage added. They've had new inventory systems, new flight systems, new locations, new missions, new events, new armors, new player customizers. Lots of back-end stuff, lots of improvements in graphics and improvements in performance. I remember when Star Citizen could barely run at 20 FPS. Now it's basically, does your system work? It's horseshit to say that Star Citizen hasn't increased appreciably. It has. It may not be exactly the way you want it to be right now, which again is understandable. But to discount any of the advancement that CIG has done or that Star Citizen has had over the last couple of years is disingenuous at best. Motherfucker, I'm running this shit at like 60 FPS. I don't have a really big rig. I don't have an amazing rig. I have a decent rig, like an upper mid rig. And it runs at like, at worst I run, it drops down to like 30 FPS at worst. And that's usually inside cities. And I typically get about 45 FPS. My average is like 45 to 50 FPS. And I've got a 2070 Super. Yeah, even in New Babbage, in Orison, Lorville. Lorville is actually the worst part. And there will be dips that dip down, but it's not consistent dips. It's like a boop and then back up. Like, it's gotten better. Is it perfectly optimized for everyone? No. There's still some people who struggle to run it, but it has a lot to do with optimization issues or other things like that. It has more to do with your personal hardware than it has to do with the game. And every patch they improve. Like, it's getting better all the time. Is it done? No. But that's my point. Like, it's significantly improved. It's just not where everybody wants it to be. So when I hear people going on about Star Citizen, it becomes less me. I don't feel as like nervous about it because it's so consistent at time. It's every July. It's every January. It's the same things. It's the same fucking talking points, which tells me it's the same people. Same people with new accounts or whatever. It's weird shit. No, I wasn't talking about you, Andrew. There was somebody else in chat who was saying that. What? It is, Luna. It's fucking happens all the time. Could it be that they're valid points? Maybe if they were consistently brought up after the fact, after like major patches, but they usually aren't. It's much more likely that it's the same people saying the same things despite rapid changes that have happened in the game. I have seen plenty of people say the same sort of scam lines and talking about how the game isn't playable, or the game is barely playable, or the game doesn't even function, which shows me that they've never actually played the game in the last 3-4 years. And the other thing I've noticed is that, generally speaking, the average communications, 5 years ago, Star Citizen brought up big article. People would say it's a scam on social media, all that kind of stuff. Everyone would be like dropping on with the meme train. As of this year, someone goes, Star Citizen's a scam. Most of the comments are, it's actually gotten a lot of progress. Have you seen the most recent update? You should check it out. That kind of thing. It's completely changed in terms of the shift. And even this July, it's not really that bad. But it does still happen. So if 1.0 is a few years out, why are they talking that now? That's a good question. That is a good question. That is really more interesting to me than anything else. I don't know why CIG is A, obsessed with 1.0 as being a labeling, and B, why they're making CitizenCon this big expose with 1.0. And for those of you who don't know, Chris Roberts earlier this year specifically said that they're going to have a roadmap to 1.0 that they're going to talk about at CitizenCon, which is the reason why we haven't had a progress tracker update all year, because they basically can't do a progress tracker until the 1.0 roadmap is finished. I can almost tell you that the progress tracker is probably dead. Like when the 1.0 roadmap comes out, the progress tracker is probably going to be just fucking yeeted. It just doesn't exist. Yeah, 1.0 is supposed to be a commercial release. Where's beta? That's my question. I have no idea. I don't know where beta is. If they're skipping beta altogether. How about having to unload Quantanium to the hangar before you blow up? You can auto unload it. I mean, it's normal marketing hype stuff. Keeping people excited for future, real or not. I'm interested to see what's going on with it, because to me, this is just knee-jerk reaction, probably wrong, but I have a feeling what CIG is going to do is when 4.0 releases, they're going to rename 4.0. This is not me saying it's going to happen. This is just vibes. Educated guess, but normally I would be like, I'm fairly certain, or this is entirely like just gut instinct for me. AX, how you doing, buddy? They're going to rename, I think they're going to rename 4.0 to beta 1.0. Is it actually a beta? Fuck no. But CIG is going to call it beta anyways. It would make sense. If they're already talking about 1.0 release, then they're going to have a beta somewhere. Yeah, because right now, technically, 4.0 is labeled as Alpha 4.0. And CIG has said 1.0 is release 1.0. They've been mentioning it all year. Well, here and there all year. And a lot of the stuff they're talking about is they're saving it for CitizenCon. Almost certainly what they're going to do is announce at CitizenCon the roadmap. And they won't just sit there and say, this is our roadmap, because CIG and roadmaps are awful. Everyone will immediately pull out the 2016 roadmap that was blown through and absolutely fucking awful. People always meme on that. Like, knowledge will never forget that. It's the one thing that knowledge in chat will always hold on to forever and always, is that roadmap. Because it is wildly ambitious, and it never materialized. So people will not, if CIG just sat up there and said, this is our road to 1.0, people would laugh at them. People would say, yeah, sure, buddy, you fucking prove it. And what they'll probably do is they're not just going to sit up there and show a roadmap for release. What they'll probably do is show roadmap to release, and then the entirety of CitizenCon is going to be them showcasing parts of that 1.0 roadmap. Base building, bounty hunting 2.0, or the final bounty hunting version, updates to mining, all that kind of stuff. So like actually show us what they're working on for 1.0, so that they can both set the expectations of what 1.0 is going to be and show that it's not just talk, they're actually working on it. I doubt they'll even announce a roadmap, including a beta nomenclature this year. I'll pull it up if I can find it, but the CIG, as Chris has already said, that they're going to be sharing the 1.0 roadmap later this year. It's July, Minds. It's typical. What do you hope we get, Axis? My name is Paul Shelley, and welcome to the Astro Historian. This is a video about me talking about how I'm also the Astro Historian. Welcome, Scouse. Fun fact, Scouse, I actually was... The Astro Historian used to be a segment on my YouTube channel, the AstroPub YouTube channel, but I separated them because I realized that it was hurting both channels by doing so. And since I created the TheAstroPubLive, which is my that kind of stuff, so welcome. Yes, I am the Astro Historian. I've been doing this for a very long time. When do I expect something like 1.0? Probably 4 years. Does 1.0 mean the first kind of bug-free version of normal gameplay I can go play without going crazy? Probably. I would still expect it to have bugs, though. That's one of the reasons why I don't like CIG calling 1.0 1.0, because I don't think it's actually going to be 1.0. I think it's probably most likely going to be a beta. Or like a soft launch beta. What would be like the systems will be in place, like all of the gameplay systems that CIG want for basic version will be in place, but they won't have it all optimized and fully bug free. It'll still have lots of problems, and it won't have all of the systems in. I can guarantee that CIG will have like 5 systems in 1.0, which based off of current trajectory, depending on a lot of other factors, I think the fastest you'd see that is 3 years. They should have just called it beta 1.0. Yep. When will we see Nick's system? 4.1? I think it's going to be Q2 or Q3 of next year. Or Q1 or Q2 of next year. Yes, I did, Fishy. Honestly, once 1.0 is inside a release, I want to see a no-clip doc where CIG devs talk about the years and years they worked on parts of the game that had to be scrapped because it wouldn't scale or wouldn't work with current future tech. How many times they're just a patch or two away from release? They've never been a patch or two away from release. Oh my God, CIG's never been a patch or two away from release. I can give you a general idea of that based off of my own knowledge and research. It's clear there are 3 stages upon which Star Citizen was being built. Stage 1 was 2012 to about 2015 or 2014. So about 2 years where they were just building the company and figuring out what the fuck they wanted to do. By 2014, they generally had an idea of what the game's scope was going to be and what it was going to be like, and they had most of the ideas fleshed out. That's when they started talking about like ships could be released before and that kind of stuff. And then you have 2015 and 2016. Around that time was when the 2.0 era, when they were actually building the game that they were going to work on. And around that time is when they had the Pupil to Planet demo, where the planetary landing became a thing. Once planetary landing became a thing, both Squadron and Star Citizen basically had to be rebooted from scratch. Now, not all 2 years were completely wasted. The 64-bit floating precision was added in that time period. Ships were still the same. You know, there's plenty of things that kind of survive from that era, but the basics are mostly ripped out and had to be replaced. But it wasn't like an immediate like pull it out. It was like piecemeal replace until most recently when we had All-Star removed. And now we have from like 2016 to about 2024. There's just this long stretch of 3.0. That has been the most recent one, which is probably going to be the last step. Astropsychologist, a weekly discussion about managing expectations and anger management. Yes, Squadron 42 takes its place in 2945. 46. Yeah, 45. It's currently 2954. Yeah, it was a huge rescope. But CIG wasn't going to sit there and say we had to scrap literally everything and start from the scratch, because they didn't really, but also they knew that it would be an absolute fucking nightmare that they would never, it would been a marketing nightmare. How much faster do you think they would have gotten the game finished if they didn't run an open alpha? Much faster. That's the other thing that's important. I think it probably would have been done already. I don't think it would have been as in-depth as we have now, or as good as we have now. I think it would have been a slightly better version of Starfield. Like Starfield, but no loading screens. And multiplayer. Do I think we'll get some work from Connie's for the RSI year? No. Are you talking about like not this year, but maybe? We'll see. I don't see CIG messing with the Connies until 1.0. And again, the cynic in me is saying CIG is going to give the Mark II treatment to all the old ships, because it's too much effort to try to update all of the ships. They'll just get them limping to the basic functionality and then completely sell us a new ship. yeah, Star Citizen is in a weird position. Without the open alpha, they would have never been able to have the money to be able to have the scope they wanted to. But open alpha has also delayed the game. Didn't John Cruz say all ships gold standard by 1.0 at Bar Citizen or by Bar Citizen something? I don't fucking know. Like Bar Citizen shit, I never take Bar Citizen shit seriously because or as official like release, because I've heard so many things, rumors from Bar Citizens, which turned out to be entire bullshit, made up bullshit. So, or completely misunderstood. Hey, Lord Skippy, doing good. I still believe Vega and Bremen are behind Squadron 42 gate. Definitely Orion is. Or no, Orion. Odin. Odin is definitely behind Squadron 42 gate. I don't know if Vega is. I'd hope Bremen, but yeah. Word are words. Yes. Star Citizen say a lot of things. Word are words. I recall one of the big Hong Kong Bar Citizens remarks was like thoroughly documented. Could you give me a documentation of it, Andrew? Because I've had multiple, I've seen multiple, like every year when they do Bar Citizens in China, it's always through leaks, and it's like Squadron or Star Citizens releasing on PlayStation, 4 or whatever, or PlayStation whatever, and on consoles. It's like we still haven't seen anything about that. That Squadron 42 is like. There was something about Aaron talking about Squadron 42, but it was like canceled or some shit like that. Like there's been a bunch of shit like that was out. That was just like, what? What the fuck? If you can get me like a video of them saying that and not just word of mouth and trust me, bros, I'll believe you there, Andrew. But I'm always skeptical of Bar Citizen comments because of that. Until you start, I have a team working on it. It's just words. What are you talking about, Rasak? Anything that will be Mark II will be in game unless truly limited. So I don't think like the Connie won't actually be like a Mark II version. It'll be like a Mark 8 because it's currently in lore like the Mark 7 version or something like that. Yeah, Squad 42 confirmed on PS3. What was I saying before all of this? Oh, but yeah, I'll talk about this a little bit more when we do the capsule, but 1.0 is definitely, or not, it's not this one. I think 1.0 is going to be like, it's likely going to be 5 systems with all of the basic gameplay loops. Now, basic gameplay loops is up for debate. I think we'll likely not have certain loops or entire ships. There is not a fucking chance in hell that CIG is going to have all the ships that they've sold released for 1.0. Not a flying fuck, or flying fuck's chance in hell. Not a chance. Not a. I don't even know what the words are just to describe that, but there's not. And if that makes you mad, get mad, because that's already what it is. The Endeavor is not going to be released by 1.0. I can guarantee you that. Like, come to grips with that right now. Not a flying fuck's chance in hell. Yeah. Not an ice cube chance in hell. Yeah. I'm also going to go on a limb and say, like, people transportation is probably not going to be out by 1.0. Like, the Genesis is nowhere near started. Because, like, 3 years sounds like a long time. Oh, base building coming early 2024, Bar Citizen Hong Kong. Yeah, that was one of those, which was, yeah, totally happened. That was, yeah, I remember that one. That was the one I was thinking about. I was like, no fucking way. The Endeavor needs to be reconcepted. The Genesis needs to be reconcepted. Like, I still think there's going to be a lot, but a lot of game loops out. But 3 years is not a lot of time. It sounds like a lot of time, but it takes CIG 6 to 9 months to produce a big ship. So if 3 years is 1.0, to give this context, it means that we'll likely have, obviously, the Polaris is coming out this year, the Galaxy, the Perseus, and then maybe the Nautilus, maybe? Probably not. Zeus, obviously. But like in terms of like big ships, like small ships can only take like 2 to 3 months. Like the Zeus, I think took like 6 months for them to do. Pioneer, maybe, because base building will be a thing, but probably by the end of next year. At least an initial part of base building. When can we expect servers to tick rate be more than 8 FPS? 4.0 and beyond. So like the ships that are, any big ship that's beyond the Perseus is going to be hard to judge. Probably the Pioneer, but almost certainly not, like you'd still have the Nautilus. You'll have the Kraken, the Orion, the Ironclad. Like all of these are up in the air. They might come out in the next 2 years, but it would be hard to tell. The Banner Merchantman. So 4.0 Holy Grail. How do I put this? It really depends on a lot of different factors, but you're not going to get higher FPS rates until you have server tick rates, until you have server meshing. Server meshing is the thing that's going to allow for higher tick rates. But it's going to be a balancing issue because CIG will immediately fill all of the servers with as many entities as humanly possible. Because CIG wants to stack the servers full of NPCs and new points of interest and all that kind of stuff. So the question is, how efficient is server meshing? Will it necessarily work? I would guess almost certainly 4.0 is going to have a massive server tick up rate because they're going to be adding stuff, but not enough to like really eat the server's memory. Or eat the server, like degrade server performance. And then 4.1, you're going to start seeing the server performance drop again. And then 4.1, 4.2, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse as they add more and more stuff. And then at some point in the like mid next year, they'll start improving the performance either because they have something like Dynamic 1 in, or they start optimizing the code. Like that's the key. Ranger before 1.0? Maybe. Yeah, Kraken's going to be after the Ironclad, and the Orion has to be after the Perseus, so. Ironclad in 2027 or later, am I wrong? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's hard to really tell with the larger ships because CIG said that for a capital ship, it takes about 9 months, and they really can't work on anything else but that. Oh yeah, and then the Liberator, stuff like that. So yeah, like I guarantee you ships are not going to make it to 1.0, which is another reason why I think it's a mistake for CIG to name it 1.0, but what the fuck do I know? I think you're going to get most of the gameplay loops, but not all of them. So like I said, personal transport in terms of like people moving, You like CAG has to have fucking exploration in there, but it's not going to be a exploration that people like. Ranger never, yeah. Raptor 1.0. So yeah. But there'll be like 5 systems. I do think that we'll probably have nukes by quarter 1 or quarter 2. And then we'll probably have another system before the end of the year. So either Castra or Orion. Not Orion. I keep saying that. Odin, if Squadron 42 is out. Like all other patches, 1.0 is defined by its content, not its name. I don't like, names do mean something. And I don't like the idea of CIG going from alpha straight to release, because for me that seems very dangerous. Because number one, if you went from alpha straight to release and you don't have all the 100 systems in game, people are going to get mad and or even legally upset at you because you promised that at release in Kickstarter. So it's going to open probably a legal gate, even if they win a legal battle, it's still going to be expensive for them to have to fight it in court, because someone will do a lawsuit on it, and probably a class action suit, because it's not like it's the first time it's been done before. It's been done before against Star Citizen multiple times. It's always failed, but you know, that's to stop people. So that's dumb. And I just don't know what they gain from it. Like, what do you gain from release 1.0? The only thing I can think of is what you gain from a release 1.0 is that Squadron 42 will be out by then. Like, there's little chance that Squadron 42 isn't going to be released in the next year, maybe a little beyond next year. Both from the monthly reports looking at, from what they've talked about last year, Squadron 42 it's at its tail end. It's wrapping up production. So it's going to have to be released sooner rather than later, and it'll be released before Star Citizen's beta or 1.0 is. First thing CIG should do when Squadron 42 releases is send like $5 million to refund Kickstarter whenever that 100 systems private server modding lawsuit finally hits. I'd get ahead of it, honestly. What I would do is say, hey, these are our current scopes. Game development is hard. Things change. We've been very, very close with our community in discussing these changes in the past. And because of that, we want to give people who backed before 2015 a chance to a full refund. If you have your receipt, if you have your original account and you want a refund, and if you purchased the game before 2015, we'll offer you a full refund. But if you get a refund, we're gonna close out your account. And only refund for like ships and like the game itself. What will the new price for Squadron 42? I'm still guessing. I mean, I'm hoping 60, but who knows? Because the reality is, I think the actual reality, Andrew, is that very few people would do that. You'd probably lose almost nothing. I think at most you might get a couple of hundred people at most, and if that, people who actually like do that, because people who did that, people who are actually kind of disenfranchised, have either sold their accounts or forgot they have it. Yeah, and why would you want to give up all your founding backer reward stuff? Exactly. Like, I think most people the vast majority of people wouldn't give a shit, but it would make you look better as you're saying, okay, for people who are really upset, here you go. Here's the door. You get all of these things, and it's before a specific time period when the shift really happened, and let people move on. It gives you decent coverage in terms of like publicity. It still requires people to actually put some effort in if they want to get it done. And you probably won't even see that many people returning it, because most people would either be okay with it by that time or, whatever. Oh dear God, it's modding. They really said that? Like 100 systems is not impossible. They can pad it out with a lot of empty ones, but modding? Most of the systems are empty. From somebody who's looked at a lot of the systems, I would say 40% of the systems are entirely empty, and probably 20% are 20 to 40% of the rest of the ones are pretty small. And by small, I mean, like, here, give me a good example. Hadrian, one of the major systems on the border between the Xi'an and human empires, the UAE, has no landable planets. It has one space station, which is its landing zone, and a bunch of other derelict space stations. CIG just announced derelict space stations for Pyro, so they can just copy and paste assets into Hadrian and get all of the content they needed there. Nix, which is the system that's likely going to come out after Pyro, has one landable planet which has already been made and put into the engine, which is Delamar, and has one landing zone which has already been made and put into the game, Levski. That's it. The rest of the planets are dead, lifeless, have some nebula. The biggest thing is the nebula that's around it. So, like, Castra, 2 planets, 1 landing zone, that's it. Most, Tohill, like 4 planets, 1 landing zone, that's it. Most of the planets are completely empty. You'll have some outposts here and there and maybe some distribution centers in some of the places, but the vast majority of the systems are mostly empty. There's probably like 10, maybe at out 15 to 20 systems that are fully developed like Stanton. Stanton is an outlier compared to the rest of the systems. I'm not muted. You're muted there, Paul. I think you all need to brick your. Knowledge. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, dude. I don't think they're going to release 3 systems for 4.0. Levski is going to have to be redone. So Lyrium, here's the thing. It's already been redone. I realized pretty quickly that, or realized a while ago, I should say, that CIG has been adding updates to Levski whenever they've been adding updates to the game. For instance, Levski didn't have a medical, like an open medical service. When they made all of those, clinics and hospitals for the various landing zones, they also built one for Levski. It's in Levski. When they did the changes to hab lighting, where you can like change the different lighting settings in your hab, they did the same thing for Levski. These are both well after Levski was removed from the game. CIG has been supporting Levski despite it being removed from the game. Which systems does Nix connect with? Pyro, Castra, and I want to say Hadrian and Lear. It's pretty big. Bremen, Castra, Odin, Pyro, Tohill, and Virgil. 6 jump points. Most of them are large, but I mean, that doesn't matter anymore. Virgil's a Vandal system, so it's mostly empty. Tohill is a Lawless system, mostly empty. Pyro is Lawless system, we already know about it. Odin is a lawful system, but it's a Squadron 42 system. Castor is 2 systems, 2 planets in a very small system. And Bremen is a major system, but it's only got 1 landing zone and mostly empty. I don't think we'll see a surprise Nyx drop, but I do think we'll see Nyx drop shortly after 4.0 is released. The biggest issue is Nebula. Could they use Cloud Tech for the Nebula? They would, but the thing is that the Nebula itself is said to have sensor limiting properties, so it's difficult to scan ahead of you, which is why Nyx is home to kind of like a anti-government rebel group that kind of keeps on the DL, but they don't like the UEE. But they live near this like nebula, so that this dark nebula, because Levski's at the edge of this massive dark nebula. And what that tells me is that CIG is working on scanning tech, which we know they are, because they want to have scanning tech in so that when they release Nyx, Nyx is going to be the showcase for scanning. Pyro is the showcase for environmental conditions, like, you know, the room system, the like engineering, all that kind of stuff. All of that is being really being shown off with Pyro. Nyx is going to be the scanning and navigation stuff. What do I think our first alien system is going to be? Virgil. Virgil is an easy win. It's an old... First off, you give the artists a chance to really make fucking ruins. The ruins of Kastak are going to be great. Kastak's a city in Virgil. So you get to have like these old ruins, and the world has been fucking nuked to oblivion, so it's awful. And it's a Vanduul system, so you can just go there and fight people. It's like Fight Club. It's like a fucking cage match. You want to go do some combat? Go to Virgil and just start poking the hornet's nest and see how many Vanduul you can kill. Are Cramsats still a thing in Pyro? We don't know, but probably not. Not from the preview, tech preview. They didn't have any at all. I'll be right back. But yeah, so like the actual production of systems isn't going to be that difficult, because I think people underestimate how simple Star Citizen is going to be when it comes to systems. And I do think the CIG is going to definitely add content to the systems, but I don't think they're going to be fully fleshed out when they drop. Like Pyro is probably going to be incredibly fleshed out, but it'll probably still have stuff added as time goes on, because that's how live service / MMOs work, is they go back to the old systems and they kind of add new things here and there to make things more interesting. So yeah, mostly it's going to be faction round. Is that where Operation Pitchfork's going to take place? I believe that's supposed to be Orion.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
Hello, I like money. You want to dance? Good news, everyone.
Angry PC Tech. Welcome from Angry PC Tech stream. Sorry about that. Went to use the restroom.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat.
How you doing?
There you go.
They could price Squadron 42 at $69. But imagine if they priced it at $49. I would love to see it at $49.99, but it was never at $49. Well, it was at $45. I personally think that angry PC Tech is a perfectly valid human being. How's it going, Angry? But I personally think that it would be best to price Squadron 42 at $59.99 for a game that has, the last I heard officially was 49, unofficially was 100 hours of gameplay. $59.99 is fine. We should price Angry PC Tech at $65. I don't think Angry PC Tech is worth anything less than $69.99. $69.42. Oh, they're definitely going to. They're definitely going to. There's going to be a base version. There's going to be a deluxe edition, and then there's going to be a like master edition or whatever, a Wing Commander edition. And the Wing Commander edition will have some fucking helmet or some Vanduul like thing with it, and it'll be like $150. How about the old promise of Concierge getting Squadron 42 for free? I believe they still do have Squadron 42 for free, but I could be wrong. A good unwinding, a lot of work at the new Church of Angry. Good to hear. $69.42, exactly. Well, Kickstarter backers, if you got the, because there's going to be a limited run of physical editions, I'm pretty sure. So if you got the Kickstarter stuff, they're going to have a physical edition you can get. Personally, I'm getting the Astro Historian edition with the free relics of CR stocks, relics of CR stocks. Man, I'd fucking love that. Did you look up Castra, or did you watch my thing on Castra? Fucking, I would do absolute nasty shit for Castra. I still think it is the one that's after Nyx, because it makes sense. It works. I like that system. For those of you who don't know about Castra, Castra is an old military base. And having grown up in the Bay Area, right next to the Alameda Naval Base, the old Alameda Naval Base, it gives me that Alameda Naval Base feel. It is basically a old base which has preserved a lot of old buildings. So it's got these like different time capsules of time of like different things, but it's been open to the public so public can settle there. So people have built a little town around what's called Sherman, which was the base that was there. So it's become a very popular place for production of, it's like where, oh gosh, I think it's definitely where Kruger is. And I think there's a couple other companies that are headquartered out of Castra as well. So then there's the Moraine. Yeah. Squadron 42 digital download only for members who had Squadron 42 active in their hangars before March 18th. Welcome everyone. Let read from everyone. My name's Paul Berserker01 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? What are we up to? Letty, is it Letty Read or Letty Red? We are looking for nuclear vessels in Alameda. Yes, and Alameda. I can't do that one. Yeah. Retired or retired. Got it. I am retired. Okay, take a nap. Then fire the bomb. Yes. Fire the missiles. I get the reference. I guess it goes good. So welcome to Office Hours. Office Hours is, I don't play the game. I talk about news and we just yapping. We just yapping. We watch ISC. We went through some of the news. We're about to do the roadmap roundup here shortly. I do what I call my capsules, which I kind of, it's live, but then I act as I kind of record it and then I put it up on YouTube after the fact because people don't want to watch 4-hour live stream of me just yapping for some reasons all the time. Sometimes people only got about 20, 30 minutes. So, yeah, you know. What were you up to there, Letard? Squadron 42 digital download only for members who had Squadron 42 active in their hangar before March 18th, 2022. I think you could get it with Concierge, because at one point they said that Concierge got copies of Squadron 42 because you also get a copy of Star Citizen for free with Concierge. But yeah. You got the keys to the church you bought. Oh, Angry PC Tech. I didn't. You bought a church. When does worship worship start there, Angry? Do you want to throw in a wager for Astro coming in 4.0? No, because I don't think it's coming in, but it's not a cult. Thank you for the follow. Hey, no problem. I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't know it's not going to happen. Okay. It was just decided that you're one of the honorary deacons. I don't know what a deacon does, but I'll do the sign. What's the sign of the cross? For angry, is it just like an A? Is it just the gooch? My original Kickstarter package, Freelancer and Rear Admiral, both had Squadron 42. Yeah. Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. Yeah, wallet and watch. Deacon of the Church of the Endeavor. Two weeks. So mote it be. Leave with Concierge, it's date limited since my mate has it in his hangar, but I don't. Oh, okay. Be careful. The communion wafers are made of dried thermal paste. All right. Did you look at the Sanctuary walkthrough? Okay, we're gonna watch it real quick. Oh, X sent me something. X sent me a copy. Here's Rear Admiral pack, which he bought in 2013. It has lifetime insurance, deluxe silver collector's box, spaceship-shaped USB drive, CD of the game soundtrack, glossy fold-up star map, 5 spaceship blueprints, 3-inch model spaceship, hardback making of Star Citizen, Legacy Alpha, Squadron 42 digital download, Star Citizen digital download, digital Star Citizen manual, and starting money. So yeah, that's the stuff that's going to be eventually released because they had physical copies. I think Squadron 42, people who have the physical copies of Squadron 42 will get some of those, I believe. Yeah. That's the Vice Admiral, yeah. Rear Admiral. Yeah, I got Squadron 42 back in 2014 too. Back when I got the game, it came with the game. You got Squadron 42 and Star Citizen in the same package. The smart people were people who kickstarted it, because if you kickstarted the game for $25, you got Star Citizen and Squadron 42. And an Aurora. It's a pretty good deal. And a copium in a coconut tree. It was like that for a while too. Like when I got the game, it was $30 for a base package. We're tired. Oh. Like I said, I'll ask customer service. Yeah, the weird thing is, I keep forgetting, Squadron, you can literally not buy Squadron 42. They removed Squadron 42 from the fucking, the store back in like April of last year. I keep forgetting that they did that. I'm like, why? The only reason why I could think of it was they said they wanted to do a price change. I know a lot of people were like, well, there's an EU law and that kind of stuff. It's like, they would have just said that if it was EU law. I don't think it had to do with the EU law. I think it was, it's because CIG wanted to announce. I still was fairly certain they were going to announce a release date of some kind, and it sounded like Chris wanted to announce a release date, but they backed out of announcing a release date at the last minute, which was probably a smarter idea. But May 2023, yeah, it was last year. In January 2016, you could still get the LN bundle for $45. Yeah, I remember that. Ray's Guide. Ray's Guide did a video on around the time it was pulled that I agreed with. And I think he makes the most logical reason for it. He thinks it was pulled because he wanted to make sure that they wouldn't have a run on Squadron. Squadron, when it was pulled, was $45. You could buy an upgrade pack with Star Citizen and Squadron 42. I think it was like $20 for an upgrade pack at the time, last year. So you could buy both games for like $65. And they didn't want to make an announcement and then change the price, because they knew that if there was going to be an announcement, then people would run out and purchase it beforehand if there was ever a leak of the announcement. And it was clear they were going to make an announcement of some kind at CitizenCon last year, which they did, which was just that Squad 42 is in polishing stage, whatever the fuck that means. So the thought was that you want to remove it from the store and then bring it back at the higher price, but you want to do that before you make your announcement, and to try to lessen the number of leaks that were happening, to prevent a publisher or like a journalist from leaking some information, that information getting out and people making a run on the cheaper price, so you can make more money with a larger price. Probably just as soon ready, and they want to sell it at full price. Yeah, they want to sell it at full price, so they didn't want to. They pulled it because they were anticipating a run on it, and they didn't want to sell it at a cheaper price when they know they can get a higher price for it down the line. I think at best they'll announce Squadron 42's release date, At worst, they'll have a big announcement about it going into beta, but I think it'll probably be more like a release target window, and they'll start pre-orders back up as pre-orders for it. 5.3 million accounts. Oh, nice. And I can guarantee you they'll sell, when they do sell, they'll sell 3 different versions of it. I'm hoping that the least expensive one is $60, because they said they wanted to release it at $60, which was the standard price when they announced it back in 2012. Because they always said that they wanted to eventually, Star Citizen and Squadron 42 were going to be released at full price. Well, originally it was Star Citizen going to be released at full price, and Squadron 42 came with Star Citizen. And then they decided to split the SKUs in 2016, February 2016. And then they said they're both going to be at full price. But now we have quadruple A games, Paul. I think it's a mistake. So it's a mistake to increase the price for games because it's a temporary boost and a long-term negative. People are going to have a completely different expectation of your game if you sell it at $80. But if you sell it at $60 as the base price, and it comes with what CIG has talked about, which is 40 hours of gameplay with twice or even 3 times that if you do the additional optional content, then you're looking at a pretty decent package for $60. And then you can also get the deluxe edition, which might have soundtrack and other shit added to it, and it's probably going to be way overpriced for what it's worth for, but you can still buy it. And then some small little figurine or something like that with the Super Wing Commander edition. So this is playing like ass right now. Can't wait for the next patch to clean up some issues and add new ones. I expect the normal industry standard thing starting off at $60 at a release. I hope so, but the new industry standard is $70, which is kind of nuts. I really hope it's not 70. I'm really hoping it's 60. And I also hope what they'll do is the deluxe edition will be like $90, but it'll also come with Star Citizen. It'll be a Luke Skywalker with real Starcloth clothing's figure and spring-firing missile. How many middling indie games have you enjoyed at $10, and how many have you been disappointed at $30? I have only refunded 2 games on Steam ever, and one of those games was an indie game that cost $40. I played it, and it was an early access, and I played enough of it to be like, this is not very good for the price it was paid. And I refunded it and got the money back, but yeah. I have Game Pass free for a month and zero desire to check out Starfield, yeah. Next year's Quintal A games. Nah, side tangent. This has been a side tangent as it is because I'm kind of waiting for like 15 minutes. But yeah, I wish I had gotten Kerbal Space Program 2 refunded when I had a chance to, but I still believe that they were going to be able to do it. Super angry about that. What was I going to say? Oh, Bethesda and the WoW team at Blizzard have unionized. And I think that's the direction that games are going in general. They have to unionize, especially after all of the, like, up until now, game companies have been, developers have been hesitant to unionize because they knew that a lot of times their jobs were based on not having union fees. Like if they had union fees, then there'd be less people working because the developers couldn't afford union rates as much as they could afford regular rates. So a lot of people's jobs were depending on not going union. And then this last year, the games company said, lol, go fuck yourself, and fired like 30% of all of the gaming staff in the fucking world. And as a result, a lot of people went, oh, they think I'm fucking worthless. They treat me like garbage. And now they're just going to fire me on a whim because they want to make more money. That was, of course, unionization was going to be a thing, especially with AI coming in and them being like, we're going to replace all of you with artificial intelligence. It's like, yeah, that was going to happen. When people feel like they're being used and abused, they'll start unionizing. I want to point out, you can't afford to pay while also record profit people will figure it out. Yeah. Do you think that given 3.24 is taking so long, CIG will just release 3.24 and roll it into 4.0 instead? No, they'll release 3.24 and then they'll release probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they release the Evocati, first wave Evocati of 4.0 like the week after they release 3.24, but we'll see. SAG is striking again. They're striking today in about 2 hours. It starts. That strike is specifically over a 2-year dispute they've had with video game developers about pay, because the problem that SAG has with video game publishers is that they pay them voiceover rates and then expect them to do voiceover and mocap work for the same rate as just voiceover. It's a lot more complicated than just that. There's other aspects, just like the SAG-AFTRA strike with TVs and movies. But that was announced that they were mad at them during the SAG-AFTRA strike with TVs and movies. Towards the end of that, they were saying that they're going to target video games next, and the developers just did not give a shit. And now that they fired a bunch of developers, yeah, if I was SAG-AFTRA, I would go for their fucking jugular. What about KSP? KSP is dead. Kerbal Space Program is dead. Take-Two fired the entire development team for Kerbal Space Program 2. There is no team left that's building KSP 2. It's dead. And while they officially haven't said it's canceled, they're gonna keep it on the books because they can keep it on Steam and make some more money off of rubes who are idiots and don't know what KSP 2 is. But it's dead. It's basically canceled. It's not even the first time Take-Two has done something like that, where they killed something and refused to take it offline. I mean, Steam, you can get Steam to act, but you're gonna have to do something very, very serious, because they did that with the day before, the day after, whatever the fuck that name was, the one that they had to stack in after one. The day before, yeah. Ironically, you know what position LLMs could most easily replace? Management. Yeah. But yeah, so the reason why I said all of that is because like that's the direction that games are going. So the idea that we're going to get like increased costs of games while games have been getting worse. Not all games. There's been plenty of good games. I mean, fucking Baldur's Gate was a fantastic game. Let's see, most recent. I haven't played a lot of new games because I've just not really been into a lot of the new games. I'm definitely looking forward to Space Marine 2 and the MechWarrior 5 clans, but those are mostly indie studios. Like Saber Interactive obviously isn't indie, but it's not AAA. It's lower end AAA. How are escape pods going to work? Not a fucking clue. I couldn't tell you. I've been wanting to know about escape pods for a while. I love it how everyone goes to Baldur's Gate to justify good games. Is it not a good game, Kigo? Baldur's Gate I also wouldn't consider a AAA. It's an indie game. Baldur's Gate, let's see. Helldivers 2 is a good game, but it's an indie game. It's not AAA. Pal World was pretty good for the time, which was indie. Like, there's really not many AAA games that are worth the money you're paying for them. Just find it funny. It's really defined, like, Baldur's Gate is the thing. It's the Oblivion of its era, of this era. It's the, I'm trying to think of an earlier game. It's the Diablo of this era in terms of RPGs. Like, there's going to be a ton of Baldur's Gate knockoffs, if there already are. Like, almost guarantee you the new Dragon Age game is going to be a Baldur's Gate knockoff in terms of storytelling, in terms of character development, in terms of pacing. It's going to be Baldur's Gate. I mean, Helldivers 2 was published by Sony, yeah, but the developer isn't a AAA developer. They had, I think they hired 100 people for Helldivers 2, and that was the biggest they've ever been. It is perhaps the best RPG ever made. Witcher. It's like Witcher 3. Witcher 3 was the thing that kind of defined video games afterwards. All RPGs had to be open world and have an incredible amount of content. And it was also blew back in our face because that's the era of the Ubi open world games, which just were the same game recycled a bunch of times often. Hey, they confirmed full nudity for Dragon Age, so you aren't wrong. I'm just being a boomer. Indie used to mean independent, as in no big publisher. I think there's more of a delineation between publisher and development studio now, though. Like, there are plenty of games that are published by Bandai Namco, which I would consider indie or small, like not AAA development, which, I mean, it's Bandai, it's fucking huge, but the games themselves aren't being developed by studios that are like under Namco Bandai. They're just their own studios that just happen to be working with them. Helldivers 2 is military propaganda. It worked, my brother in Christ, it worked. Triple the defense budget. Yeah, that's a good point. But 16 was already... Was 16... 16's the latest one. I haven't played 16, so I couldn't tell you. But I'm guessing it's pretty good. Project Cars is published by Namco? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. So this is the church. The Church of PC. I like it. I like it. Angry PC Text Church. Ooh. It's 3D. This is fancy. Little reception hall here. Ooh, there's a library. What's in the library? Ooh, it's a bed now. It's a kid's room. Nice. Indie means independent. If they have a huge publisher, they aren't exactly independent. Independently developed is different from independently published, though. There's lots of like studios. Like for instance, would you consider KSP and to be an indie studio? Interesting. That room's the D&D room. Nice. Is it haunted? Of course it's haunted. Look at this thing. Like another good example is the Outer Worlds. Built in 1923. Damn. So like KSP is almost certainly considered independent. Same with like the Outer Worlds, right? But they were both published by Take-Two through their own publishing arm of Independence, but they were still published by Take-Two. There's plenty of games which are indie, which are published by larger companies. Like No Man's Sky was from an indie developer who was published through Sony. No one would say Hello Games is a big AAA developer. I would say, is KSP an indie game? Yeah, he had Sony's backing. They paid them to publish a lot of things. Even though the original KSP was even though it was made by Squadron, which is an independent development studio, and was then purchased by Take-Two.
You want to dance?
Yes, Mandalore's indie. Becky, welcome everyone from Becky's Stream. My name is Paul Berserker1, Batman Shelley, your humble host of Space Bar here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We'll get a good one for you. I would say No Man's Sky wasn't indie, even though Hello Games had a staff of like 20, because the publisher was still huge. But would you call it a AAA game? Are we going to have that same discussion we've been having before about how naming conventions in video games makes no sense, never has, and never will? Because that's the case. Generally speaking, what I believe independent tends to mean more about these days is less that independent means that they're independent entirely, and more that they're independent of a large publisher. So, for instance, Hello Games is not owned by Sony, but Sony published No Man's Sky. So Hello Games is an independent developer. They have to pay their own bills and do their own taxes and everything else like that. And they can make their own decisions, but they're not owned by Sony. And I think that's generally speaking when you say indie, because there's plenty of indie games out there. It Takes Two, for instance, I believe is another famous one, which isn't independently developed, but it was published through Microsoft. Indie. Sorry, Independence Speaker. Lyrian Studios would be an indie in that sense, yeah. Does Star Citizen have its own Operation Plumb Bob moment? With ridiculous shenanigans that they get up to antimatter bombs? They haven't been specific. I'd love to hear that, though. I'm sure there's some absolute wild shit the Mezzers did with antimatter bombs to figure out what they could do. Yeah, yeah, it's just like, I always like to bring this up there. It's like, how many people, this audience is a little different. I'm not calling you old. I'm just heavily implying that you're all old. Metroidvania or roguelike. You've heard these names before. A Soulsborne game is a new version of that. Implication received. Like a Soulsborne game is going to live on well beyond the last Dark Souls game that is released. Hey, Paul, I've been watching you for a month or two now. I'm sorry. I apologize for you having to listen to me. Having just started playing, just drove across the US and listened to all of your podcasts. Thank you. Thank you. I drove across like Texas to get to my parents' place in Tennessee, and that was 13 hours, and I wanted to kill myself. So like, I can't imagine driving across the entire United States. Metroid isn't dead. It isn't dead, but how many people would know what Metroidvania is? You know what a Metroidvania is, but how many people who know what a Metroidvania is have actually played the original Metroid or Castlevania? When are they going to improve on the sound design and guns in Star Citizen so damn bad? I don't like Star Citizen sound is so weird. Like sometimes the sound is just like fucking spot on. Like Drake ships, wow, fucking chef's kiss. And then the guns either sound off or weird, or some ships just sound pathetic. They've done some improvements, but their soundscape definitely needs some work. Especially the fucking footsteps sound just awful in some cases. Like when you're stepping in like the salvage centers, it's this weird like tonk 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 tonk, and you look down on the ground and it's just like dirt. It's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, they have announced a new Metroid game come out there. Yeah, but it's the first Metroid game in how long? Random question: why doesn't the UE use nuclear antimatter weapons in ship combat? I feel like it would suck story-wise, but a thermal bomb would be absolutely wreck any Vandal fleet, in my opinion. They tend to not want to use antimatter weapons because antimatter and nuclear weapons tend to fuck absolutely everything up they touch. So in reality, nuclear weapons are not very effective in space. They're very effective on the ground because of shockwaves. A nuclear explosion in atmosphere creates a massive like shockwave effect, and that does most of the damage. Hey, Q-Ball.
Q-Ball tipped $10. Thanks for being great.
Thank you for watching and listening. But yeah, so like nuclear weapons actually don't work in outside of atmosphere very well. They're effective. They're obviously more effective than a regular bomb, but they're not as effective as they are in space. In space as they are on ground. And like, you know, a lot of things like airburst nuclear weapons, because like the reason why they airburst them is because that shockwave gets sent out and out more, and that creates more devastation. I don't know if that's the same with antimatter weapons. I think it's a little bit better in antimatter weapons. But yeah. It's they tend to have the side effect, especially of radiation. It also creates EMP, yeah, which you can't control, and if someone's already hardened against it, it's not as good. And the same reason why all ships are not just cylinders shooting missiles at targets they can't see. It's not very fun or interesting. Yeah. The bad things about the nukes is the shockwave. In space, it wouldn't work unless you hit, and if you miss, it's expensive. Yeah. So you'd use nuclear. They do use nuclear and antimatter weaponry on ground targets frequently. By frequently, I mean it was the weapon of choice during the Messer era. Like if they had a remote base on an asteroid or a moon, there's one case, there's one story about a fleet of retaliators going to a small moon in, I think, the Farron system, and we're told to blow up the moon. There's like 10 retaliator bombers with antimatter torpedoes. They were going to blow up the moon. When they got to the point where they were like we're gonna launch this, the commander of the squadron was like, something doesn't sniff right. This doesn't feel right, and actually broke protocol and contacted the base that they were going to go bomb and asked them to identify themselves. And they found out it was an agricultural base, mostly made up of refugees. And yeah, that didn't go over so well with the commander. So they did fire the weapons, but they fired them at an asteroid nearby the moon and destroyed most of the asteroids in the region. That seems like a roundabout way to make a planet uninhabitable. Yeah, it's the reason why they tend to not do it unless they're going to blow up an entire moon or they're fighting the Vanduul. There's a lot of cases of them using antimatter weapons against the Vanduul because it's just like, well, we're not going to let you have this planet. Because if we can't have this planet, no one's going to have this planet. Go fuck yourself. I saw someone asking about 3.24. We need more 3.24. I'm about to lose my mind waiting for so long. I feel you. It's taken a lot longer than I hoped, but back to the original discussion. Like, the problem is that naming conventions in video games don't make any sense because they're built off of tradition rather than actual genres, and genres change. My favorite is Doom clones. Most of you are old enough to remember when all FPS games were called Doom clones. And then they came up with the term first-person shooter after a while. But when originally, if you made a first-person shooter after Doom, it was called a Doom clone. We'll come up with a term for Metrovanias and roguelikes and Soulsborns eventually, and they'll replace those terms, but we haven't yet. Also, stop pointing out how old I am. I'm old enough to remember Doom killers, but my generation's was the Halo killers. Yeah, the Doom did come up after Wolfenstein. Doom wasn't the first FPS or anything like that, but it was the genre of first-person shooter was called Doom clones for like most of the 90s. I'm 43. I'm 37, so I'm not that far behind. It's like how RPG, very little to do with role-playing now. Most RPG games are stats-based focused. Yeah, but it was originally based off of the original role-playing tabletop games, which is the basis. The number of games that just use D&D as their basis system is so insane. Network parties, LAN parties. I'm definitely a millennial. I hate Doom shooters have become boomer shooters. Yeah, they're called boomer shooters now. I forgot. So, like, the terms change all the time, and they don't make any sense in gaming. It's It's like, what's an alpha versus a beta? Generally, there's a generally accepted term, but no fucking company follows those rules, especially in video games. I think it's probably a little bit more standardized in normal software, not that are not related to video games, but like video games makes its own fucking rules. Listen, Pappy, I am literally 30 years younger than you, and I played MUDs. MUDs are great. The only problem about MUDs, which this young generation doesn't understand, is reading. I think you passed the 5-year mark. You're a live service game, no matter what you did, what you want to be called. Star Citizen, Tarkov, Dead by Daylight. Yeah, that's become the new term for games that are that used to be called MMOs. All MMOs are live service games. Very, very rarely do you still see MMOs being called MMOs. Like Destiny 1 was considered an MMO. No one calls Destiny 2 an MMO. Oh, I'm going to have to get into... Oh, yes. Sorry, I keep talking about this, then I look at this. I was sent this image by Angry PC Tech. Brother Willie is waiting for my sermon on the roadmap, so we're going to go over the roadmap. I'm done delaying. Do. I'm also gonna have I can get some sleep. Up too long. MAPERG. MMO and MMORPG are different. EQ is an MMORPG. Destiny is an MMO. Yeah, that's true. But when you say MMO, people just immediately go, wow. And I don't mean wow. I mean like World of Warcraft. Ooh. Less Owen Wilson, more orcs and humans. All right. Ow. I just clapped the end of my my microphone. Whew. You got this. All right. It is getting late. And we were talking about old. I am getting older. All right. This is going to be a capsule. So we're going to do the new way of doing this. So I'm going to get started. All right, it's time for another Office Hours capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream. You can see chat here. We'll tell you that this is not live, but they're lying to you. It is live, though when you're watching it now, it's recorded, But like I said, small segments, so you don't have to watch 4 hours of live stream. But I would love to have you come over to us at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays starting at 8 p.m. Eastern to come hang out. We talk about news, lore, rants about video game terminology, and lots of other side tangents, but mostly Star Citizen and those sorts of things. With that being said, let's look at the changes to the roadmap for Alpha 4.0 that came out on the 24th of July, 2024. And we'll talk a little bit about 4.0 and my expectation guide, I guess, for what to expect and when to expect 4.0, because I have a theory based off of a lot of other things. But we'll get started. Let's just look at the roadmap roundup first. All right. Notable changes for July 24th. The following cards have been added to the release view. The Zeus Mark II CL. Building, balancing, and implementing RSI's small multi-crew ship, the Zeus Mark II CL, into the game. Acidic Caves. Implementing acidic cave archetype coming to both Pyro and the Stanton systems. Adorned with luminous pools of water and dramatic stalactites and stalagmites. These caves provide a captivating setting for exploration, FPS missions, missing person missions, and more. Rock Caves. Implementing the Rock Cave archetype coming to both Pyro and Stanton systems. Illuminated by bioluminescent mushrooms, these caves provide a unique atmosphere for exploration, FPS missions, missing person missions, and more. Then asteroid bases. Implementing new asteroid bases scattered across space in asteroid clusters, gas clouds, and other areas of Pyro. From exploration-type gameplay to mission-based locations, these bases include both constrained interiors for potential FPS conflicts, as well as space combat while reaching or fleeing from the location. Space stations, contested zones, or what I like to call Starkov. Contested zones are a location feature coming in Pyro space stations, including FPS gameplay with various layouts tailored for its purpose. The zones will feature a progression system requiring tokens to unlock different zones, giving access to all the loot inside. Collecting all the tokens will allow a player to open the final door and claim the grand prize. Some people in my Discord like to call this Star Citizen's Dungeons. So, what's important here is all of this stuff was mentioned in CitizenCon last year. Space stations, contested zones, they kind of described it a little bit. The idea is it's a zone where you can go in and find some very rare loot and then extract with those loots. It's an extraction shooter inside Star Citizen. Asteroid bases is sort of new. It's been hinted at for the last couple of years, but these are not going to be necessarily player bases initially. These will be NPC bases, but it does leave the opportunity for building asteroid bases yourselves in the future, possibly. The rock caves and acidic caves are both new biomes that they've been trying to get there, and of course the Zeus Mark II CL. Now, with all that being said, let's pull up the actual roadmap for 4.0. There we go. So, as of right now, they're going to add additional character customization. 19 locations. Now, it's important to note that these locations are all basically the Pyro system. Pyro 2, Pyro 6, Pyro 5, Pyro 4, Pyro 3, Pyro 1, and then acidic caves, rock caves, asteroid bases, space stations, Vatra, which is the second moon of Pyro, Aldir, these are just the moons of Pyro 5, Pyro space stations, outpost colonialism, jump points, Ignis, which is Pyro 5 moons. So most of this is Pyro, just the Pyro system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14. So of the 19 features, 14 are just specifically the pyro system. So they could all be just collapsed down into one if you really wanted to. And then we've got acidic caves and rock caves, which are both in both systems. Asteroid bases, which is, I think, going to be in both systems. It's not just pyro. And then the contested zones is going to be just pyro. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like that's like of those maybe, and jump points. So like 6 total there. AI, Kazi Grazer. Gameplay, Fire Hazard, Solar Burst, Life Support, Engineering. All of these can be kind of wrapped up into one. Engineering and Life Support and Solar Bursts and Fire Hazards. Fire Hazards may be a little bit different, but they're all reliant on each other. If you don't have... it's not there. Initiatives? No, it's not initiatives for vehicles. Yeah. If you don't have this, engineering, which is the power management system, you don't have life support. You don't have solar burst, which will affect this, and you don't have fire hazard. All of these require engineering to make it in. Ships and vehicles, we have the Zeus Mark II CL and the ES with MFD rework and displays. We've got the new multi-tool, the charge and drain system, which is, and fire extinguisher, which are all part of the same resource system. And then server meshing, mission refactor, and transit system refactor. Both of these are required for server meshing. To get server meshing in, you need to have these in there as well to make the game function as it is now. So the reality is we have out of the something like almost 30 something, probably over 30 different entries, we actually only have like 10 entries so far, which isn't bad, but keep that in mind. Now, what does this mean? Well, effectively, this means that it's on par with most content, typical content that CIG releases for patches. So it's not unusable or unreasonable. But when is it going to release? Well, that's the tricky part. Early on this year, Chris Roberts specifically said to the community that they were going to, that him and I'm blanking on the name of the Star Citizen's game director, but that they were going to showcase Star Citizen 1.0's roadmap towards the end of the year. Basically, CitizenCon, that they were going to show off the Star Citizen's 1.0 roadmap. And for those of you who are like, wait, 1.0? Yeah, it's not been something that CIG's talked a lot about. They talked about it a couple times earlier this year because it's obviously they want to save it for CitizenCon. But CIG has been talking about what they call a 1.0 release for a couple of months now. That's their target beyond 4.0. So with that being a big factor of CitizenCon this year, I'm fairly certain that 4.0 is going to release before CitizenCon. Not PTU, not like open PTU or Evocati or anything like that. It's going to release before CitizenCon. Now, I can already see you typing in the comments. I can already see chat going, Paul, you're insane. You're crazy. This is copium of the highest order. There's no way they get all of that released between now, July 25th is when I'm recording this, and October 17th. They haven't even got 3.24 out. How is it possible? Well, here's the thing. We have precedent. CIG released 3.23. They had the roadmap for 3.23, back in April, March, April. And 3.23 was a very big patch. And what happened? Well, people thought it was not going to release until after Invictus. Instead, CIG hit a hard requirement for certain parts of 3.23 to come out before Invictus, including ships. So what did they do? They took the patch about 2/3 of the patch they could make, and then a third to closer to a half they cut out and they completely removed from 3.23 to 3.23.x and just released what they could get out before Invictus in 3.23. That 3.23.x patch ended up being now just called 3.24. That's the precedent. Almost certainly everything I just said doesn't matter. The only things that matter for 4.0 are pyro, jump points, and server meshing. And so the things connected to server meshing, like mission refactor and transit refactor, probably have to be in some way in for that to come in, but they're all part of that system anyways for server meshing. All of the pyro moons, all that kind of stuff, a lot of that stuff's probably already done. But the space stations, the asteroid bases, the AI stuff, all of that is going to be put into a 4.0.x patch. So whatever. And that might end up becoming 4.1 at the end of the year with more stuff being added. And look, what was that most of the roadmap again? I mean, yeah, if you look at the roadmap, most of that was, if we look at it again, what we're seeing is not that. All of the gameplay stuff's not going to be in. Probably the ships will. This and this will probably be in just because they have to be, and maybe the MFDs because there's been some of that. This stuff doesn't have to be in, so probably won't. This stuff, so that's like 1. And then, let's see, it was like 2 of the 6 total as we combined it. So 4 items. But like of these 19 entries, like 14, if I remember correctly, are all pyro stuff. So still the majority of it. But almost certainly CIG will do the bare minimum for 4.0 and kick it out before CitizenCon. Because they want CitizenCon to be about Star Citizen's future, about 1.0 and beyond. Squadron 2 and 1.0 and beyond. So they don't want to have another 4.0 is coming when CitizenCon. Come hell or high water, no matter how bad it is, if it's functional, they'll push it. Mark my words on this. So what I'm trying to say is set your expectations properly. A lot of this stuff is very exciting and it looks cool. Starkov, baby, inject it into my freaking veins. I want to see that. Asteroid bases, yes. Like all of this, yes. The new cave system, making caves a little bit more fun, maybe, but you know, that's good. The 2 of the 3 Zeuses being out, all good. But let's be realistic. Let's set our expectations properly. There's not enough time for CIG to do all of that before CitizenCon. I would love to be wrong on this, but I think it's better that we as a community make sure that we set our expectations properly. I think the expectation of 4.0 coming out before CitizenCon is still reasonable. It's just not going to be the full 4.0 you hope. But I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments below if you think I am just straight mainlining copium on this one, or if you think I'm being too pessimistic. And if you enjoyed this content, make sure you like the video, subscribe for more content, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release, as well as when we go live and join these wonderful people I have captive in my basement. I mean, the chat that's totally here of their own volition, and I'm not forcing them to be here. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. That roadmap doesn't even have the updates for master modes and components that Yogi was talking about for 4.0. We're not captive. That door is actually ajar. Pay no attention to the dog outside, yeah. We're like 3 years and 1 month away from the anniversary of Chris Roberts' 3 AM Spectrum post saying where the game is not 10 years away. Do I think CIG will copy and paste systems? No. There's absolutely no way CIG is going to copy and paste systems. But the reality is that we're going to have... Star Citizen is definitely 10 years away from when that post was made. But at that point, will it matter? Because by 3 years from now, most of the basic systems that were even present at the time that post was made are likely going to be in the game. Okay, your little show is over. Give me my dog back. Never. Some people like being tied up. Just saying. The infamous rope tying profession in Star Citizen. I've heard quality over quantity. As long as the 5 or so systems they have in game by the time they go live are good and well fleshed out, and the developers are like, and the gameplay is still functioning, you know. I don't know how much we can rule out copy pasting systems. I don't think Pyro is Red Stanton. That's something that people use to make fun of Star Citizens. Like CIG spent, 7 years and $400 million, and the virginities of the ear virginities of precious, flies. I don't fucking know. Like whatever is the most important thing in the universe, CIG sacrificed to make Pyro, which is just going to be a copy paste of Stanton. It's not a copy paste of Stanton. There's no system is going to be a copy paste of any system. They're all going to be unique, but the thing that's important with every system, that's the hardest part to do, is going to be missions and reputation, to make those both matter beyond just numbers. With every update is a progress in development. Yeah, I can see things way different from Pyro years from now. Oh yeah, CIG will increasingly does stuff. I bet CIG is using Machine for Planets. Del, didn't they already announce that? You were there with me when they announced that they were looking into machine learning for planets. Oh, you're saying that it's going to be another controversy? Oh, for sure. But CIG using machine learning is not LLMs. It makes sense. It's the perfect use case for Star Citizen. Large language models don't make a lot of sense for Star Citizen right now because the way that the system works is it's too expensive and it doesn't really do any different than what CIG already has. So there's not a lot of point in investing in LLMs. But machine learning makes sense because it's a tool that they can use to speed up development of systems. So the machine learning system they showed off at CitizenCon, they basically just feed it data, feed it parameters, and it pops out a planet. Fully produced with biomes, produced dispersed properly with wind currents, everything. So it would basically create a planet almost instantly. CIG just hook up the machines up to tasers and guns, frick it, make it scuss. That's kind of a reality. So procedurally generated? Kind of. But procedurally generated, generally speaking, means you put in some algorithms and you hit send. What CIG said with machine learning was more of it's using parameters that they feed in, like the system's already set up to recognize what a planet is and how a planet is realistically created. I have to go back and actually look at the presentation. But it doesn't seem like it's procedurally just proc-gen, because proc-gen is what they use now. The problem with proc-gen is that it creates weird problems as well, like random spikes in caverns that shouldn't exist in reality. Procedural versus dynamic, yeah. Paul, can you let me out of the freelancer turret? I haven't seen the outside since you went Drake. The artists make all the assets, modularity, everything. They feed that into a machine. The machine makes the planet. But it's based off of patterns. I believe CIG said something to the effect of, fuck it, we're here. I've got time. I'm going to look up Star Citizen, because it's at the end of the Star Citizen thing, right? Of CitizenCon. So it's at the close to the end of day 2.
So let's go to the chase and let me present you the new derelict
mission types that you handle and make that depend.
How have you guys been
Was it day 1 or day 2?
Same as dropped weapons.
has been dialed in.
Let's move on.
By single one of the vertices.
I remember it was at the end because I could actually watch it.
To catalog our experience.
New star map. Was that the beginning? Yes.
First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all, replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking and floating. Next up, I just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon, and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago.
There will be wildfires in Star Citizen.
Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which...
Not that I said it would be good or interesting. It's just going to be, there will be wildfires because CIG is absolutely insane, and that's the kind of shit they like to do.
What that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together.
Almost certainly wood processing when it comes to
natural distribution of vegetation.
The actual base building. But here we go.
And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile.
Yubi did it with Far Cry 2, and it was horrific, and it was in CryEngine.
Or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And these little circular patches get added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently.
So basically, right now they use tile sets. So they build a tile, and then they randomize the tiles over the course of a planet, and then go in hand by hand and sculpt out little parts of the map to make it easier. With this, they have it just basically proc-genned, but proc-genned in the sense of oh, this is where the forests are. So they just place forests down in the areas that make sense for the forests. That's been one of my biggest problems when it comes to Star Citizen's planets, is that Star Citizen's planets do not make any fucking sense. The equator should have hot, where we have an Earth. If it's an Earth-like planet, it should have hotter temperatures, which means you should have things like jungles and rainforests and stuff like that. And the further you get north and south, the further away from the equator, you should be seeing more colder temperatures and temperate temperatures. You don't really see that in Star Citizen. They just kind of randomly generate. I think Microtech's a little bit better than, say, Lorville or than Hurston, but it's still not great. I hope they can tweak it beyond Earth data, so use training model, because I'd like to see more alien environments too. We'll see. And apparently this was just early. This was early work that they've been working on for a few months back in October. So it's been almost a year since this. Deserts get downrange due to no rain getting over them. Yeah, exactly. Actual realistic sort of looks. And that's what they were doing with machine learning. Unless the world is on its top. Yeah, it really depends on where the warm zones would be, the equator zones would be. But with that in work, because that's the tech they've been working on with Planetech V5. They've been working on this for the last year. So it's been worked on. They mentioned it in monthly reports. They'll probably have an update for it at CitizenCon, but with this, the ability to make a planet is probably very, very basic. Or basic. Be very, 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 very. It's not going to take nearly as long. They'll be able to produce it, because right now it takes like a couple of months to produce one, like a planetary system, probably like maybe a couple of months. Yeah, it was like a couple of weeks to produce a moon. So it's probably a couple of months to produce an entire like star system. But they want to be able to just click a button. So you want them to create an entire field of xenogeology about a century or two early? No, it's more that like they're going to use lunar and Martian data, but they could easily feed it in with possible data or from projected data for what alien worlds might look like. Or use extreme environments. I'm more concerned about the things we can do on them. Yeah, and that's the important part to remember is like making a system is easy. Making content for that system is hard. I do think they will copy and paste some aspects of the game, but what CIG is doing right now is every new system, they're building a new set of assets for specific points of interest that they're going to then populate the points of interest in that system and then use other points of interest assets from other systems and put them in. We're going to see a lot of very cookie cutter copy paste like buildings and building interiors, but there's going to be content in those building interiors. They'll be different, hopefully differently branded, differently colored, that kind of thing. That's another reason why Elliot is making the mission system modular now, to help create content faster for new systems. They can just plug and play content, so they can mix and match mission aspects, and all they need to do then is have writers write the context behind it, and hopefully, my fucking goddamn hope is for them to start adding fucking voiceovers for mission givers, or for mission offers. Yeah, they called the this term for they used overlay system. The overlay system where they can just take a interior that they have already pre-made and then just make an overlay for it and then just import that overlay into it so they can do it over time. Obviously, this isn't something that CIG can do overnight. It's going to take them a while to do. But that's one of the reasons why I'm never really concerned with the content. So like, 3 years from now when CIG releases 1.0, game 1.0 release, by that time, we'll already have multiple systems. More gameplay loops will have been finished up and polished up and moved in. Like, the difference between the last 4.0 patch and the first 1.0 patch is probably just going to be some like Terra, like some big system that's gonna like have a lot of cool new aspects, but the game is gonna effectively play the same. I don't think you're gonna see proc gen machine learning. I think they're gonna have to hire people to do voices, which is fine. I'm okay with CIG using their millions of dollars to hire fucking actors. And if you do it right, you can have actors which you can come back for. They can do multiple characters. I'm very surprised they haven't gone full throttle on voiceovers. Like, that's CR's thing. Not that it's important by any measure. The systems they're building are far more important. The reason why, and I asked CIG developers about this at CitizenCon, and they said it's prioritization. They want to, but they can't, because all of those assets that would be going for writing and voice work and mocap is going towards Squadron. Once Squadron is done with a lot of that, taking a lot of those assets, they can then move some of those assets over to Squadron, Star Citizen. I want a biome with floating platforms above water. Screenshots are too tantalizing. There's a couple of biomes like that in the game. So the Nemo has that. where most of the outposts are just floating platforms. Voiceover for what? Let the mission system get the bones first. Mission system has its bones. You know, Elliot was talking about the mission system is done. Like the basic mission system is done. It just needs to be incorporated into the back end so that when you do a mission, the idea being is you do a mission and you leave and you come back and you haven't finished that mission, it doesn't just fail. It will now carry on until you finish the mission. They also need to retrofit some of the older stuff. I imagine a lot of it is just going to have to be. I think they've already moved everything over to the modular system. That's what Overdrive was. Overdrive was them testing the modular mission system. Any kind of currency / ship deletion with the new update? Not with 3.24. No. With 4.0, I expect a full wipe. They have not made an announcement with 3.24 with any sort of change, though. So yeah, but 4.0, which is coming in sometime this year, I still think it's September, October, but. Imagine call ATC and a platform rises on the water and captures your ship in a bubble before pulling it underwater. It probably wouldn't be that crazy. It'll probably just be like a little hangar section that you see now, but just made a little bit pretty, and you land it and then it lowers down. But yeah. Devs are gonna need a long nap after all the work they've been putting this year. If they can get 4.0, all of 4.0's features in for Star Citizen before Citizen Con, I think they can ride on the rest of the year on that. Pyro is like, all right, real talk here. There was a discussion on my Discord about Pyro. There's two problems with Pyro with the new updates to jump points. Number one, since all jump points are the same size, Stanton doesn't make any sense. The lore behind Stanton is that Stanton was built up to be this big location for trade, was because it was a new shortcut for Terra. So it was a shortcut between Earth and Terra, with every single jump point now being the same size. It actually takes you longer to get to Terra from Stanton than it would just to go from Magnus. Magnus has a jump point to Terra. So just go from Magnus to Terra. You can completely circumnavigate Stanton. Reef. So that's a question that has to be brought up about why the fuck is Stanton existing, unless they're going to start removing jump points, which they probably will. I can almost guarantee you that they're going to start removing jump points from systems. Because of this new system, they'll change how the jump points work. Stanton to Pyro still makes sense. We're still anything that's connected directly with Squadron is going to be there, but then they'll start redirecting everything else. Yeah, the Virgil Nix jump point's probably going to be yeeted. They're probably going to remove the Magnus to Terra jump point. They'll probably keep the Pyro to Terra jump point just because it's fun, but there'll probably be a lot of Pyro jump points which will get yeeted as well. They'll probably shrink the number of jump points significantly from what it is currently, because the reason why they had so many jump points was mostly because they wanted to give players the options for smaller ships being able to move around. Stanton was going to be on the road between, and now it's off in the hinterlands. Yeah. It's something with gameplay they're going to have to, with this change, they're going to have to go back and fundamentally change the jump point system. Because it doesn't make any sense to have the stories they want to tell with what they have. There's some things they're gonna, as a result, they have to be retconned. But you know, that's big. What are your opinions about a war between Pyro and Stanton as a possible player event? Like really draw the line between lawful and unlawful players? I like it. I think it's a good idea. I think having players help out Xenothreat. I think that's the natural progression. Xenothreat has sending you missions to go into Stanton and raid specific locations for them, and they'll pay you. Kind of a Xenothreat, a mini Xenothreat event that's just directly connected to your reputation. StarMat fit an idea of the game that's been dozens of years. Ideas change. Exactly. But it won't stop the whole Star Citizens being retconned. Its lore's being retconned. Everything's bad. Like, lose my mind. It's like, nah, I mean, the game isn't done yet. So some things were going to change. I don't think the systems are going to actually change that much because there's not really a need to, as long as they fit the theme. But I think that with this big change in terms of how jump points work, they're going to want to change some of the jump points locations just because they want to make the game. It wouldn't be the first time. It's actually the third time they've changed the jump point network. Yeah, and vice versa. Yeah, with the UEE paying you or the corporate security paying you to go into Pyro to attack Xenothreat to prevent them from raiding into you, that kind of thing. Now, the next thing was R&R. Rough and Ready, the gang. There's a problem with the lore, which is interesting. Rest and Relax was founded in 2901. Pyro was abandoned in the 2600s. So the question is, why the fuck are there R&R stations in Pyro? The answer is a little confusing, and I found a mistake in the between. Yeah, there's an answer. So, the gang that runs these stations is called the Rough and Ready Gang. They were founded in 2939 by a man by the name of Rook Garavis, 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 Rook Garavis. And he was a member of the Headhunters gang who took a splinter group from the Headhunters and founded his own gang. Now, the Galactopedia entry for them said that they were founded in 2939, and through a series of strategic raids, they captured a fuck ton of resources and raided other refueling stations, and then took over stations in Pyro, and then named themselves Rough and Ready to be an off-brand version of Rest and Relax. So they took the R&R like logo and turned it into their own logo to become off-brand R&R. They're copycats. So the answer is they're not actually Rest and Relax stations. They're the old Pyrotechnic Amalgamated stations that Rough and Ready gang took over and just literally raided and stole Rest and Relax's iconography. They stole their marketing materials and then just installed it on these stations and then spray painted it over with their own R&R logo. And the best part is that in the original Galactopedia, it said they were founded in 2939, and it says by the 2930s they dominated. They were the primary fuel service in the Pyro system, which implied that in the span of 1 year, Rook founded the Rough and Ready, raided, planned and carried out daring raids to gather a bunch of resources and marketing materials from Rest and Relax stations, built up a stockpile, then created a logistics network and conquered all of the stations in Pyro in 1 year to establish themselves as the dominant brand. Rook is a fucking genius. That man needs to be running the UEE. Holy fuck. What a fucking year. 2939, baby. Holy shit. That is actually a cool origin story. Yeah. Like move the fuck over. Oh, what's her name? Kelly Kaplan. Move over Kelly Kaplan. Let Rook Garvis come in and take over for Crusader, because that man knows how to be fucking efficient. Sounds like Pyro's bunch of pushovers. So I said it was definitely a mistake. Okay. The Overlords is the name of the vigilante group. So I said, this is definitely a mistake. There's no way this is actually true. But I really want it to be true because it's really fucking funny to think of Rook Garvis as a fucking genius. Like next level business major. Like, this dude should be running a business empire anywhere. He just was born in the wrong location. Sherry responded to my tweet on it and said, yeah, it's a mistake. And I begged her, please keep it as 1 year. I want this to be 1 year just because it would be so fucking cool to think of Rook Garvis, of all people, who founded Rough and Ready, is like a fucking genius. It's just like an absolute madman genius. And I found out that after she saw it, she changed it to 2940s. And I was like, oh no, we can't have fun. We can't have fun, Sherry. I said that, and she said, I absolutely did not say that. 2940 is still a year after 2939. It's like, Sherry is the best writer. I'm sorry, Will. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry, all of you. That is acquiescence to rule of cool. So even if it is always ambiguous, know that Rook Garvis is the most efficient, best manager in the history of the UEE. That is canon. I am taking that as canon. Even if it's ambiguous canon, that shit's canon. '30th century's answer to Warren Buffett was born in the equivalent of Somalia. So is 4.0 live or just a lot of info? We got a lot of information. It's not live. We're not going to get a 4.0 for a while. They had a roadmap update which added talked about a bunch of new things that were updated. So the reason I was bringing this up is like multiple gangs already have their lore, And the way that Sherry responded was like, yes, things change really fast in Pyro. They have an idea. Like, her response immediately went, oh God, they know what they're doing. They have a plan. Like, this is not just a, oh yeah, we're gonna, no, they've talked about this with the devs. They have an idea of what Pyro gameplay is gonna be like. They have the characters, they have the leaders of the gangs, they have their personalities, they have their territories. I bet you they have their different locations in terms of their headquarters and where they operate out of. They have all of this done. It's probably not fully completed, but they have it all spelled out and ready to go. They just need to work on the rough edges. That's kind of insane to me, but you know. So, care to read the tea leaves of 3.24 is going to release mid-August. So like, August. So between the 16th and the 23rd. I want to find the deep lore behind the characters. I do too, but yeah. The no-brainer is some stations will trade hands. Yeah, for sure. But that's, so the reason why I say all this is because I think when 4.0 comes out, with the stuff they already have, y'all are going to take like months to get through all the content. Like I don't think we will be finished going through all of the content as a community and really sussing out all the details until like April of next year. And by then they'll probably have already released nukes. Oh, Agent Garbo. I love Agent Garbo. Hey, Northpeak, coming at the end though. The phrase forward operating base from the SCL description for tomorrow. Not a clue. I also want to, I'm still hoping. So CIG, I'm going to be clear on this one because I think this is important to understand their caveman crafting. CIG is never going to go full market, full free market. That's never going to be in the cards. You're not going to have a player controlled economy for the entire system. That's not happening. They was never in the cards. From very early on, Chris described what they wanted to do, and that description is effectively the same idea. Players can still have an impact on the economy, but probably only local economy, and CIG will leverage the number of NPCs that are active in the economy to counteract players if they become too greedy or they begin to exploit certain bugs or certain loopholes and stuff like that. You can still make a lot of money, but if you're looking for a dynamic economy, CIG is still planning on producing that. And with 3.24, that's the first step towards that. That's why you dialed back and playing the game. It was never in the cards, though. That was never part of the plan, was a full EVE economy. You're still going to have dynamic economies, which you can exploit, like shorts in the market and stuff like that. It's just not going to be fully player controlled. I mean, Eves is not fully player-driven either, it's just mostly player-driven. CIG is going to be mostly NPC-driven with player interactions. certain economies will be different. Like I guarantee you that when the full dynamic economy is introduced, places like Pyro will be far more susceptible to player economy tampering than Stanton, but there you won't like have total control. The same NPCs that stand on chairs? Yes, Caveman Crafting, the same NPCs stand on chairs. Actually, technically, no. Those are called subsumption AI. The AI that's going to control the systems are called quantum AI, which is part of their, they've renamed it now to Star Stats? The fuck is it called now? The quantum system? It's like Star something, because everything is fucking Star something. Star Sim. Yeah. So there's 3 layers of NPCs. There's the Star Sim NPCs, there's the virtual NPCs, and then there's the subsumption NPCs. The Star Sim NPCs are basic data points. Like basic of the basic of the basic. They're super fucking, you don't ever see a Star Sim NPC. They're in the background. They run in the background. They run independent, and it's actually partially in the game now. They're the ones that control the repair and fuel costs at all the stations. Then there's virtual NPCs, which they haven't created at all yet, which is kind of an intermediary between Star Sim and Subsumption. And then there's Subsumption NPCs, which is what we have now in game, which are the ones that stand on chairs and are either DERP or SEAL Team 6 when it comes to bunkers, that kind of stuff. Star Sim NPCs are called Quanta, yeah. I don't know if they're still called Quanta, but they should be still called Quanta. And virtual NPCs are, there's this thing called a, oh man, I'm blanking on it. It's late, which is when my brain's not functioning properly, but it's also my brain, which doesn't function properly anyways. My brain immediately jumps to opportunity cost. It's like, yes, brain, I know we're talking about economics, but not opportunity cost. Probability? Something probability. Basically, it rolls the dice. It sees where you are, and it rolls some dice, and it's if there's a Star Sim NPC nearby, it will pull that Star Sim NPC out towards you. And in the process, transition that Star Sim NPC into, the Quanta NPC, into Subsumption AI. Probability volumes, thank you. And that Subsumption AI is now a pirate or a passing trader or whatever that was sort of in the same area as you were. And if, say it's a pirate, and it kills you, and there's nobody around, the Subsumption AI will turn into what's called a virtual AI. So it'll then migrate over to a server that's running Star Citizen in a simpler form, but not as simple as Quanta, which has all of the character aspects of like the same, like a name, what they call like personality tags, which all Subsumption AI do. It has all of those things, but it's not actually physically in the game. It's just running kind of on a simulated background. That character will then go off and do other things, which will interact with the economy. And if it runs into another player, it might get pulled back into a Subsumption AI. So that way you have 3 layers of gameplay. You have the Quantum AI, which are just basic data points. You have Virtual AI, which is kind of a transition between basic data point and full NPC. They have personalities. They'll do things based off those personalities, but they don't drag down the system because they're all at the back end. And then there's Subsumption, which is the NPCs you actually interact with. Is that confirmed according to Jared? Yeah. It's called Star Sim. It's going to be called that. I have been in Star Citizen since 2022, and I still have no fucking idea what a Quanta is. So, in a lot of economic simulations, I think a great way of looking at this is there's simulations pre-COVID and I guess post-COVID too, which virologists tend to use, or what's the name? They're not a virologist. Virologist isn't the right name, but people who study epidemics. They use this technology where they simulate an outbreak based off of they'll like program basic AI to do basic things, and then they will run the program to see how fast. They'll say, okay, this one AI, which is just a basic simple identifier, it looks like on a screen it would look like a dot. This has the symptoms of this disease, and then they run it through a simulation that would be similar to modern life and see how quickly that disease would spread based off that simulation. In economics, they use something similar to try to track and guess where needs would be for things like certain materials and certain other aspects of life. These systems have been around since the 70s. They're very basic. They're very big in terms of scope, but they're very lightweight because they don't do anything but run data and probabilities and stuff like that. And that's what a quanta is. It's just a very lightweight, like a trader would be a trader. It has nothing else other than it trades goods. So it goes from this point where it picks up goods and it goes to this point where it drops off the goods. And that's all it does. And it might take advantage of some better deals depending on what's going on, what it's looking for. But yeah, an epidemiologist. Thank you, Norse Peak. Yeah. The blood plague. The blood plague is a great example of using MMOs, but I believe that the blood plague was less about how the blood plague spread and more about how people responded to the blood plague. They wanted to study human reactions to an outbreak in a controlled manner versus what would actually how they would spread, because they knew how these sort of things spread anyways. Economic epidemiology, yeah. So it just brings the world to life in layman's terms. Yeah, what a quanta does, what the star sim does is it creates a dynamic economy. It means that prices are going to go up and down and fluctuate depending on supply and demand. But it's based off of background simulation. So you don't actually see anything. It doesn't actually affect you. It will affect missions generated, and it will affect the prices of goods in a location. Before they had the name for it, we just called it the dynamic economy. I don't see them getting there in economy because of just concern they have for things like simple item searching. What? Actually would be okay with something like X4's economy even. I played X4. I don't know how X4 functions though. It's more dynamic, right? An economic AI, basically. Like I said, these systems that CIG is using are not new systems that you have to develop from scratch. There have been similar systems that simulated economies that go back to the 70s. They haven't always been useful or accurate, but they've striven to like simulate what it would be like for a run on materials and how that would how people would respond and that kind of stuff. Oh, I'll be honest, I'm not a smart man, but the name's that name sucks. Quanta. I thought it was going to be a resource for quantum fuel. Oh no, CIG's awful at naming. Like, it's not even a fucking joke. They're just bad at it. Which is why they've just reverted to calling it Star Sim, because at least it kind of makes sense. Paul, X4 functions literally like Quanta and how Tony Z showed it out, but it's a single player game. Okay. Yeah, then yeah. What I just described is the X4, yeah. In today's video, they talked about the reason it took so long to get item searching into the game was because they were concerned about how it would impact the having the back end. My guess is it's a query function. It has specifically to do with the database. So like the database that holds all the materials is different from the database that runs the simulation. They're all part of like a series of systems that run the back end, but it's not just one back end. Which is why you'll have AI that runs like dog doo-doo, but like everything else runs fine in a game in Star Citizen, even if it's connected to like the back end. Like buying and selling works fine, but the AI is derpy as shit. They're both using the same back end services. But they're both using the same back end service, but not the exact same service. That makes sense. Yeah, the backend isn't really robust for queries. It can be bogged down, if I recall correctly. I think that's partially why they're working on RMQ. That would make sense. CIG's worse in naming than the U.S. Army. That's a bold take. I think it's still true though. You think they're still? You think they're seriously going to call their saber Peregrine or something else like that, or do you think it's another herring? It's a falcon. There's no, they haven't used the Falcon at all. Why would they call it the Peregrine? The Peregrine is just a version of a Falcon. Just call it the Falcon. They have the Firebird, they have the Raven, then the Falcon. Star Falcon, yeah. It would be the Saber Falcon. I'm actually surprised they haven't used Falcon before, though. Falcon is such a fucking baller-ass name. Yes, they have had an Osprey, actually. It's the very first ship that Anvil Aerospace made. It's a red herring. I think it's a red herring, too. Was the F-16 the Fighting Falcon? Yeah. I forgot about that. Oh, you can call it a night here shortly. I always, because like Falcon in my mind is always, because I'm a trained medieval historian, my thought is falconry. One of the oldest professions of, oldest like professions in terms of like hunting was falconry. F-16s are actually Vipers, though. No one calls them that. No. I'm not getting into that conversation, Hyper Blaster. I called the F8. The F8. Why am I blanking on the name of the F8? Lightning. The F8 Lightning. I called the F8 Lightning the F22 of Star Citizen in a lore video, and it got everyone arguing. Like, wait, but then what's in the F-16? What's the F-35? It's like, I don't fucking know. I'm not a member of the mill conversation, the mill technology, the mill, not sim, but like the people who follow to the technological, like, and like other aspects of military hardware, like tanks and ships and planes. I know enough to be dangerous, and I know enough to know how to get those people to argue with one another. the Anvil Titan to come out. I honestly want to see the Osprey. I really hope that CIG comes out with the Anvil Osprey. That'd be cool. Erebus. I'm tempted to do a thing on the Nova when we get more information on the Nova and call it the T-14 Armada of Star Citizen. That's the joke. With that, I'm calling it a night before I start an argument in chat. F-16 Arrow, F-18 Gladius. Yeah. Well, at least that's accurate. Gigantic and worthless. I don't know. I think there's currently more Novas that are used in Star Citizen than there are T-14s that exist. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. So before I go, tomorrow we're going to be doing some more Hot Mech Summer with Mech Warriors 5 Mercenaries with Loken. We'll be playing that for a couple of hours. And then Saturday is our Pubathon. For those of you who don't know what a Pubathon is, a Pubathon is where I stream for a number of hours. So a minimum I'm going to stream is 8 hours, and we'll do a giveaway. And if we go for every 3 hours or 2 to 3 hours we get added, we will up to 16 hours. We'll do a do a giveaway. So it's like 8. Yeah. So we'll do a giveaway at some point in the middle, and then we'll do it at like 10 hours, then 13 hours, then 16 hours. And those hours will increase depending on subscriptions and donations, or bits, that kind of thing. And so we go as long as you want to. And then at 16 hours is the cap for Saturday. And then I'll go to bed. And then I wake up on Sunday and I'll do a certain number of hours guaranteed. And then I'll go longer if you sub, donate, that kind of stuff. So it's entirely up to you how long I stream. For me, I like doing long streams, hanging out with y'all, talking, doing stuff in Star Citizen. It'll still include things like Captain's Table on Saturday and our lore expeditions on Sunday. But like it can go longer if y'all want me to. So. Wait, did I get already? Yes, because it's the last weekend before the end of the month. I tend to do these at the last weekend of the month, and unfortunately, next Wednesday is the end of the month. So, I'll also be doing a little bit of a special stream. I originally said it was going to be Monday. I'll probably do it on Tuesday. A special stream on Tuesday. So I'll be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday next week as well. Now, next Sunday, not this coming Sunday, I will probably not be doing either Friday or Sunday, probably Friday. I'll be doing a charity stream of Titanfall 2's campaign, because I've got a lore video, which is the complete timeline of Titanfall. And before I go to bed, I want to show you this, because I did a bunch of research a couple of months ago. And I was like, okay, this is pretty reasonable. And I saw some other videos of doing it, so I didn't think it was too bad. Now, that was before, because I was like, I'm not going to really look at Apex Legends, because Apex Legends is a completely different game, even though it's set in the same universe as Titanfall. Oh Lord, I was wrong. Apex Legends expounds upon the stories of Titanfall, going all the way back and giving us an actual date for both the Titanfall, the Wars of Titanfall, as well as the complete timeline of events. this is the timeline. I'm not done yet. Still not done yet. So a lot of this is legitimately just like Apex stuff, which I'm not going to cover because Apex is interesting, but it's not like the story of the Titanfall. Goes up to 2715. I think it's back here. Is it Titanfall 1 starts here. 2707. The actual events of Titanfall 1 takes place in 2710, and then 5 years later is the events of Titanfall 2. You can thank Bangalore and Newcastle for that. I have no idea what you just said, but okay. Are those characters in I haven't played Apex since the first season, so. But basically, season like 8 was when we started actually getting some stuff. But those are just words and numbers. To give you context, I'm going to pull open my because I am currently at the foundation of the frontier. So I'm at the point where the frontier is being settled, and I'm currently on page 4. The frontier is settled in 2292. The events of the first Titanfall game take place in 2710. Granted, this isn't Star Citizen. There isn't an incredible amount of depth for everything. But, yeah. I have to talk about the Titan Wars, which is 2671. The Corporate Wars, which is 2242. Talk about Simulacrum. I have to talk about the various Titans, the different designs of Titans. So some stuff happened, yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot. It's minimum going to be 40 minutes long. I think it's a minimum of 40 minutes, which is 20 pages of writing. So yeah, it's going to be a long one. I want to get it done this weekend, but I've got to do the other stuff. So at the earliest it'll be is Sunday for me, but it'll probably end up being on Wednesday of next week, but it'll be out for Patreons before then. And then once that's released, the Friday after it's released, which will probably be next Friday, will be the charity stream. We'll be streaming for a certain number of hours to raise money for charity and play Titanfall 2 campaign. that kind of stuff. So, anyways, thank you for watching. I will see you all tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern for Hot Mech Summer. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.